Good morning, everyone. I call to order the GCC Board Retreat March 21st, 2023. Welcome, everyone. And now we will have roll call of the board members. Mr. Mark Anderson.
Here.
Mr. Harry Block.
Yeah.
Mr. Bruce Mandrick.
Here.
Mr. Jack Turner.
Here.
Lily Campbell. All board members are present. So welcome, Cabinet, people who are watching virtually. We're so glad that you're with us. And we are excited about the wonderful day that we're going to have with good information, good relationship, and we're just open for a great day. And so with that, do we have public comments?
We do not have any public comments.
No public comments. So with that, I will turn the retreat over to our Deputy Superintendent, our Superintendent-elect, Jason Sample.
All right, thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Board.
Good morning, good morning.
Cabinet and administrators, as well as staff. Really happy to be here for this, our mid-year board retreat. You know, in the spirit of capturing kids' hearts, we always like to start off with good things. And so today I'm gonna ask our cabinet members to help by kicking us off with some good things that are happening in the GCC. So who wants to go first? All right.
So a good thing is just this past Friday, I was able to take some COA team members, some intervention teachers, and Nicole Strobel, the assistant principal, to go tour another school to look at their reading intervention programs to really start to put into place some very systematic interventions for our students. It was just so exciting to see what they were able to take back. We came back to the GCC, had lunch and debriefed, and everyone was just so invigorated and just started to talk about, you know, next steps and how they can really start to offer those services to their students. So just so fun to see us learning from one another and coming together and just never stopping, right? The learning just continues.
Great.
I'll jump in next. I also had a great day on Friday, separate from Heather, but with the SABA team, we hosted all of our partners for our EV lowrider conversion project during our advanced class, where students were working on the project, and had KCRA 3 come out to highlight all the work that our students are doing. It'll be on the air sometime in the next couple of weeks.
Oh, good.
And we're excited to get some publicity out about that project and that event. We also had our city councilman, Eric Guerra, on site to just support us and watch the work that's going on campus. So very excited to be able to really highlight around the community what we're doing with our students.
Fantastic.
I'll go ahead and jump in. We are currently fully staffed in the business services department, so I'm super excited to be 100% staffed again. So just wanted to share that.
Yeah, that's a huge thing for our business.
Particularly with people to fill positions, so yes.
Definitely excited about that. My good thing is I want to introduce Julia Jimenez, who is our new community engagement specialist, who's going to be helping my department with communications and things like that. So really proud and happy to have Julia on board with us. And so that's a good thing for us.
Good morning.
She'll join us on the tour for a little bit so she can, this is day 2.
Day 2.
So yeah.
Welcome.
Glad to have you.
All right, so just kind of want to talk a little bit about what our day is going to look like and kind of the goals that we hope to accomplish by the end of today. Definitely we'll spend a little bit of time here in the morning around best practice governance, teamwork. As we know, our governance team is shifting a little bit, so we're going to do some team building with us as a new governance team. Don't worry, we're not going to do ropes courses or anything like that. It's going to be mostly walking and writing. But definitely want to begin to build that relationship. Our team, we're going to give you some updates on our progress towards our goals that we outlined in our blueprint for excellence this year and how that work is going, as well as our department. And as we begin to look at kind of what our direction is going beyond. Definitely want to talk a little bit about the transition and the planning that has started for next school year. Revisiting and looking and reminding our core commitments of what's important. Today is going to be a lot about strategic direction that we'll come together with as a governance team and agreements to figure out how do we begin to continue to move the organization forward in its strongest position, relationship and connection. So we're going to have some relationship opportunity. Hopefully you enjoyed breakfast and we'll have an opportunity for lunch. I think in the afternoon, we have desserts and coffee that is coming from the Firehouse Cafe. So definitely some time. And then lots of information sharing and discussion. As always, board, this is a day that we kind of have an open dialogue with one another. So looking forward to the work that comes today. So I just want to kind of remind us where we started this school year. We started in these little boxes. I don't know what was happening here, but Bruce was raising his hand. And so this was our fall retreat. And this is how we all started. And then today, that was our February 2023 meeting. So we have came a long way from the boxes to actually being back in person. I will tell you, I am excited that once again, we're kind of back in this environment together. And so I just had to, yeah, that was a moment in time.
Really?
You know, I would, I don't know if this picture was taken on day 2 of the retreat or day 1, but either way,
We were tired.
either way, we were all tired. I could tell in all of our faces. But really happy to see that we are back in person and together. So I just want to kind of remind us a little bit of where we started this year. This year was really about unleashing greatness. This was the year that we wanted to go beyond brave. If you remember, in our 15th year, we start off by saying, be brave, be brave. Came through the pandemic, we're in our 20th year, and it's like, we really have to go beyond brave. How do we continue to move our staff and our organization forward? And so these are some quotes that you may remember. The one that I like the most is, your greatness is not what you have, it's what you give. And so we've been really driving that home with all of our staff, with our administrators, from cabinet all the way through. We were reminded by this poem by Amanda Gorman, that when day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and afraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light. If only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it. And this was kind of our rallying cry that we shared with our staff, with our administrators, and with the board. These were all things that we kind of said this year as we moved in, and we're moving beyond the pandemic, that we wanted to push our organization forward. And board, I will tell you, this year you did a lot of work to push us into our next level. So this year was about unleashing greatness, a lot of work around Jim Collins, Covey. Greatness is not a destination, but it is a continuous journey that never ends. And so we've continued to drive that home with our staff. You may remember the Monty Williams mantra of, I'm not calling you out, I'm calling you up. So this year has really been about accountability as well as capability. What are we doing to grow and hold our staff and our people accountable for excellence? And so as much as we've talked this year about doing that, as we move into next year, we're going to continue that hard work. And then we really did a lot to help others see what they're capable of. Yes, that's a Disney movie, and I've been promising people that I would show it. It's in there. But really, it was this, this whole notion of story and Encanto, that we show people what they don't see in themselves. And that's what we've been doing with our administrators, with our teachers, our principals. We're showing them what they maybe don't see in themselves, but we see in them, and we're pushing them forward. No. Oh, I don't have sound. So just want to remind us where this all started. We believe in our people, our students, our staff, and each other, sometimes more than they believe in themselves. I remind you that this was if you look in the back here, that's the theater. This is the grassy area between my COA pavilion. All of that looks very different today, but these were the faces. These are our students. These are our kids. That's why we're here. That's why we do what we do. We're the evangelists for courage. And finally, our edge is that we start early, we stay late, day after day, year after year. This guy says it took him 17 years. Well, it's taken us 20 years to get to where we are as an organization. And it's my dream, is my hope that we're going to be 20 more years from now, because the work that we're doing is making a difference, making an impact, and it's sustainable. And so today's work that we're going to do as a governance team is looking at how do we sustain, how do we continue pushing the organization forward as we look to grow and continue to build. All right. So today, just kicking off, Liz,
She's around the corner.
she's around the corner. Liz,
She's trying to get up there.
governance handbooks. So one of the things that we want to kind of kick off today is looking at our governance handbooks as well as kind of the professional, the professional standards that we have. That's another binder for you to keep.
Specific to you.
Yeah, it's a handbook just for you.
And-
I will tell you, in each of your handbooks, you will see that there is your Form 700.
Yeah.
Which is that time of year for us to begin to work to fulfill that legal requirement in your annual forms, and you'll have some time throughout the day to do that. So one of the things that we do in the form of best practice is number one, we have this book, and our board governance handbook not only includes the blueprint for excellence, but it also includes our job description, your job description as the governance leaders of the organization and kind of your commitments. It includes our code of ethics and what we hope to do. And today we're going to talk a little bit about that when we go through these next few slides of how do we as a governance team, the board, superintendent, want to work together to really build and push the organization to its next level. You'll also see in here just our normal conflict of interest. We have the board meeting dates for next year. Believe it or not, yes, we're already talking about that. There is a roster with obviously the board member contact information, and then just for your reference, our articles of incorporation. So all of those documents are just kind of annual documents that we like to provide for you to have. So let's set the stage for the governance team. There's a wonderful book that was done by Davis Campbell, who is a big California School Boards Association, former superintendent, former school board member. Miss Lily, she's shaking her head, so you know Davis Campbell.
Yes.
One of the things that Davis Campbell shares in his book, The Governance Core, is that the governance team really is the six of us. We make up the team that works together, that brings together and helps move the organization forward. So today, this morning, for a little bit before we go on our tour with Saba, I want to just kind of set how do we work together? How do we continue as a team to build up on the foundation that we've made over these last 20 years to keep pushing the organization forward? So the core understanding of the basic principle of governance, and again, I'm referring to the six of us, is systems thinking, strategic focus, deep learning, and a manner of governing. How do we ensure that the work that we do, our constituents, our schools, our families, they see it, they feel it, and they know that it's meaningful. Having a governance mindset, which is something that we always strive to do as a board, keeping the focus on the children, knowing that ultimately what we're here for is for those 5,700 students. It's almost impossible to say that number, but that's who we're here to serve. We're here to serve those 700 staff members, to ensure that they have what they need to do what they need to do to make an impact on that field. Watching the budget. So it's your work to ensure that we are fiscally sound and that everything that Omira puts before you, it goes through the gauntlet. You look at it, you review it, you make comments, you help where it's needed. And I will tell you, Omira and her team do a wonderful job of giving us great information. Today in the retreat, you're going to get some multi-year projections. You're going to hear about some of our concerns for the future and some things that we feel like, okay, this is what's happening in the greater landscape of the economy. And so that's part of our work, focusing on the long-term goals of the organization. When we do the blueprint of excellence, that's our opportunity to focus on where we see the organization going long-term. The one that's kind of important to me is this one right here, supporting the staff and creating a positive organizational culture. The work that you do is really helping to set that organizational culture. So I know from our end, we do a lot around capturing kids' hearts. We do a lot around inspiration, but as a board, you're also part of that. One of the things I'm most excited about this year is as we start moving from the pandemic is getting you as a board back on school campuses to have the opportunity to reconnect with our purpose, with our mission, and with our vision. So I'm going to stop right there for a minute. I'm just going to ask you to kind of pair off to your board member mate there and just talk about this slide a little bit. You don't have to get up, just turn. So Mark and Harry and Lily, Bruce and Jack.
Could I just say one thing to the
Absolutely.
group before we pair off? Because yesterday, Jason and I met with GIS and the staff that was looking at the program, the baccalaureate program. And one of the things that I talked about more than anything, I kept repeating and I finally apologized, was supporting as a board. Our role is to support the staff, teachers, children, and what have you. And I kept coming back to that support, and I felt really good because I see that I didn't know he was going to talk about supporting today, but I just wanted to share that with you, that I felt that was our role, because the gentleman asked, what is it you feel the board does? And I said, the board supports. That's what we do. We don't manage, but we support. We support financially. We look at the budget and all of that. So I just wanted to share that before we break off into the end. I apologize.
Oh, no, absolutely. That's what this is for today. We're dialoguing.
Thank you.
We're just dialoguing on camera. So I'm excited. All right, so go ahead and just talk about this slide. What does it mean to you? How do you connect to it? How do you connect to the work?
So the three of us.
Yeah, three of you.
Oh. I'm glad I see.
I'll give you scoop side.
I already said mine.
You two see it. I'll just sit there. I got a.
Yeah. So far away.
Go there, pick up some drugs.
Yeah, we do see each other, and we can share if there are issues, where we need to talk about the executive board or something, we can do that. But again, having the mindset of what we're supposed to, you know, what we do.
Like I said, this time I went. He had his sign. We. Yeah, no idea. And those, yeah, so, you know, that's the kind of stuff. Even done some parents. Well, that's.
You know.
That's because that's my opinion of the student. So it's been really difficult not being on the campus. Not just the students, but the. Really supporting the staff, because I think our presence, you know, showing.
I'm not that hostile. Keeping consistency of the organization form, have the date on work of the organization.
But that was a part of it, because, you know, the budget and all of those other
I think
things
one of
are
our.
incremental to
Just
me.
to throw things out there. Let loose down the road somewhere, and we've done that with some charters. You know, so just-
Yeah, I think- And so you're involved.
I
Well, you're being real. Jason. I love the people. I enjoyed that. I wasn't able to go, but I went to the It was great.
But you know, we have.
Even our. Being with futures.
And a healthy budget. And very healthy budget.
Yeah, but the key is, you know.
But we have to maintain. So, because it could change any time, you know. So.
Well, that budget is going,
All walks of life.
we've been forcing
The
the
foundation, just everything. Kids get to see and meet.
We inherited.
And they never know who's gonna be out there. Little kid came to me the other day.
You know,
I went out and-
it's going to change.
Oh, yeah, eventually, yeah.
Told me how to swing and how to do this.
Just the nature of the fact that the state is not giving us. Forgetting all the other school districts.
This is.
Terrible. They're just gonna gradually grind away.
Yeah. You see what's happening with LA. The biggest school is unbelievable.
So,
What do you do?
and I was.
You can see my name out there.
It's under, they'll say that there's no reason.
Yeah, that's what I said, if they did that, they would be taken over, they would go into bankruptcy.
Well,
But our
Right.
job is to make sure that we are
Good stuff.
on the back.
All right, thank you. So just kind of listening to each of your conversations, I enjoyed being with this group. Anyone want to share anything out that you kind of heard or that you kind of took away from those bullets? What, Jack?
well, Lily thinks we ought to give you a lot of different ideas and suggestions, so.
You know,
be
I have
prepared.
another slide that talks about setting direction.
That was him.
No, please go ahead.
No, that was my suggestion.
Yes.
That one of our jobs. It's kind of support. But it's kind of long-term support, is just throwing things out that, you're the one that's gonna have to sift through those kinds of things, but sometimes if you throw a lot of ideas on the table. Some are gonna be good. Some are not.
Yeah.
That's your job.
That's my job to get to know
Our
the
job is to
difference.
throw them out there,
Yeah.
Like we want a performing arts,
Yeah.
we wanna, do those kinds of things. So.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's, I think that's where in our blueprint, all the dreams and aspirations, those are all things that foundation, board, CBAC have all thrown out. And we begin to kind of go through. So thank you for that, this group. All right. Mark, Harry?
I think Harry and I are both in agreement that really being engaged, being out in into the schools, interfacing with the students, interfacing with the staff, being more than just a picture on the wall, I mean, we're there and we're supportive. And quite frankly, that's why I'm part of this board is that part to really where the rubber meets the road, I guess.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you so much. And I mean, everything that each of you have said is really, I think, the heart of how we want to begin to continue our work as we, again, move past the pandemic. So the value of the board is the strategic oversight and support that the board provides. The governance team brings the passion, the drive, the commitment to achieve the moral imperative, not distracted by day-to-day administrative challenges. That's what we get to do, but together as a governance team, we get to tackle the big thing, the big moral imperative, the big ideal of how do we change the lives of kids. And then staff, we get to figure out how that happens, but we get to say, this is what's going to make a difference in these kids and these lives and these students in our community. So one more quick activity I have, and then I think we'll be ready to turn over to the Sava team, is I'm going to have you stand up. We have some paper around the room and a cabinet member is going to join us. And here's what I would like for us to do. On the paper, we're going to write, what are the attributes? What are the things that you see as necessary to have a successful governance team? What do we need to have to be successful? It may be communication. Well, what type of communication? It may be school visits. What type of school visits? It may be seeing other schools that are doing similar work. Well, let's put those things on. Again, I think, Bruce, this goes back to, we get to throw a lot of stuff out and then staff will sit through it. So if you'll go ahead and get up and just find a paper, and then I'll ask a cabinet member. And again, it could be a couple of you.
The red
Hey,
box.
grab a pen here, folks.
It's the red box.
Red box for the paper, clear box for the wall.
Got it.
Yeah, you do.
One of those will work on the paper. Paper only.
And I think we have 4 papers. You can get like two at each kind of space. And I'll join the group.
So I'm gonna tell you the things, be ready.
I knew you were a
No,
perfect.
No, just 4. So you can go that way. Harry and Mark can go right there with Omira and
So that,
Perfect.
to me, is the
We're
first.
supposed to write down.
It's strong school government. What do we need? Yeah, what should we be doing? What should we be looking at?
Ooh,
things of that nature.
Obviously, money, no.
Money, lots of money. Lots of money from grant programs. You know, some of the things that I hear.
Be prepared. Yeah. That you fully understand.
District administrator, school administrator is attending conferences to learn best practices from others.
Oh,
Right?
We might, yeah.
I think that's, for me, that's.
I think it's, I'll let you, communication.
So,
I-
did you say earn?
Yeah.
By the way, I share that I
don't think-
talked to you about what's.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. communication's good.
This will.
What do you think?
So,
Yeah, I feel like that is.
And I can, first time.
that's big. This is an administrator.
Be
I
open
was still not
to
doing this. I was
suggestions.
talking with other administrators because
Because
even though we're pretty good at organization,
Being visible.
we still have a big GCC box. Sometimes when they go outside of that, it's like it's boxes. You find good things.
But I also think.
And I heard something,
Yeah,
online, somebody said something.
I said.
Communication.
Being visible. I picked up that.
Very open, positive issue,
Yeah.
you know,
Like individuals, right?
Well, I think that's communication.
and trust, yeah.
I hope you can read and write, yeah.
I think we can.
Okay.
Right, that are not necessarily outliers.
I think back to your point, Shannon, I think there's.
Yeah.
We don't have all the.
Interesting thing about the GCC has been the culture.
Well, I'm sure, collectively, we do.
How do you? If you
So we can find
create
out.
and how you maintain it. And I think. I think we have. There's a charter schools able
In terms of facilities.
to create.
And that culture is alive in your mind, like it works.
I think innovation. You don't have the hostility of, the teacher.
I rely heavily on.
Like, the negative side.
Communication is good. Both ways. Both ways.
Classified staff, not being appreciated, that you have. Parents. Really overall.
Two ways, both ways.
I can spend an hour talking about that. I think we want to create a culture. Right. I think that's addressing those issues that detrimental to other, well, I think more traditional educational settings. So that's the issues. What else is that?
Yeah.
Someone was. The issues that.
Yeah. The other situation, state of California.
Innovative ideas.
Well, it goes back to that. It goes back to, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And we're not.
And right here too.
Yeah.
Well, it's student center, right? I mean, isn't that, that's why,
That's
at
what, yeah.
the end of the day, right, that don't. All
Yeah.
student outcome.
I would probably say one of the main ones, what I just mentioned, is the conflict between the.
Sometimes, not what our words then. Or.
That can kill us.
The grant.
I'm saying that.
Oh, my God. I just went- maybe I'm finding so, yeah.
Yeah, that would change.
I'm not talking warrior, I'm talking before the-
And the.
it's sort of like leadership. And the administrators can talk to staff. And that's up to the senior administrators. Oh, that goes away. That totally disappears.
All right, so let's bring everyone back.
Oh, I like.
Yeah.
To try to reach into it again. Well, we can, I mean. But I'm gonna try for us to be, we go a lot. I'm going here.
He's been out long enough. I don't know if he wants to reason there. We met with one.
Yes. Did we can do it again? So,
All right.
all right, everyone, we'll bring it back. All right. All right, thank you. Thank you, board, for just kind of, I know the group that I was in, some really good, rich conversations. I'll just give a highlight. Talked a lot about communication, being open, positive, that builds trust, not only within the governance team, but also within our entire system. Just looking at this group, I like this, explore other charters and innovations, and understand that communication moves both ways. This is gonna be big, always student centered, so I love that one. Over here, being visible, supporting the innovative ideals for instruction, as well as supporting social emotional learning and mentoring. So again, board, I definitely feel that as a team, we really have a good grasp of where we want to go in. So staff will take these things back and we'll begin to kind of build up on them. The ongoing role and work of the board, commit to a shared vision with high expectations for students and staff, focus on understanding the data and monitor to make governance decisions, apply a goal monitoring system to improve focus, share a common understanding and commitment to ongoing improvement, develop a common message that supports relentless focus on student learning outcomes, and communicate the goals and expectations for the board and the community. This is our work, and this is where we're going as a team, so.
And it's interesting how we parallel that.
Absolutely.
Yes, if you look at all of these,
Yes,
wording might be a little different, but the content is the same.
I put that up last, but yes, that's exactly, which means we have synergy.
She's trying to make us work.
Without being
Say what?
said,
She's trying to make us work.
I am. I am. With that being said, thank you so much. I really am excited about our team and the work that we have ahead. Just looking around the room, you definitely are in sync, so I appreciate that. All right, Team Sava, are you ready to take it away?
Ready.
All right, so I'd like to have our principals for Sava, Summer Ash and Ashley Madden, also known as Ash Squared. That's on video now, you know, it's gonna be shown everywhere. But really, I am definitely proud of both of their leadership and the work that they are doing here at Sava. You know, when you talk about someone that's taking a school to the next level, these two are doing just that. And so I'm excited for you to see today and to hear from them how they're taking this school up a level.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you. All right, thank you, board members, President Campbell, cabinet. We are so excited to be able to talk with you today about our career technical education at Sava Charter Schools. We're going to spend about 10 minutes just giving you an overall timeline of where we've come in terms of our pathways from our inception to now. We're going to dive a little bit into current CTE data with enrollment and completion numbers. And then we're going to end with some a little bit of information about where we are currently with our grant funding and some fun project highlights. All right, so today for our timeline, we've had a lot of pathways come and go throughout Sava's history. So what we're focusing on today are our current pathways. And from the very start in 2009, when we had one auto class and one wildland fire class that was held in our parking lot at our Power In campus, to now. So you can see on the timeline that over the years, We added photography, and these were really pathways that started from the interest of students and from our staff's own knowledge and experience. So we took our current staff and helped them get their CTE credentials. Then in 2014, we added our culinary, which you can see in our beautiful culinary space now. We went from a more home style cooking to now a full industry grade kitchen. In 2015, we added fashion design, building trades and construction, and recording arts. And recording arts was at both our Elk Grove and Powering locations. Then in 2016, we added fitness and recreation and agriculture. And then in 2017, we brought on one of our current instructors from ARC, and we moved away from just basic auto maintenance. That kind of morphed into a partnership with ARC with clean diesel. But with that program kind of sunsetting with ARC, we moved more towards advanced automotive technologies, which is really focused more on the collision and repair. So that has been one of our most popular pathways. Along with the evolution of our fire program, we have moved away from wildland fire. And in 2019, we brought on a new instructor to focus more on fire science and rescue within the commercial and residential areas, which is really more applicable for the Sacramento region. In 2021, right out of coming out of COVID, we added broadcasting and TV, which has become a hugely popular pathway with us. And just this year, we have added manufacturing, which is CNC machining. We've added public safety law enforcement this last semester. And our hope is to start building out with our EV project, a green energy pathway moving into next year. So really a lot going on. So jumping into a little bit of data, these were our enrollment numbers. So not completer numbers, but enrollment numbers broken down by semester. So you can see on the side, it's by school with the total at the bottom. And we broke it down by semester, starting from fall 2019, right before we went into the COVID-19 pandemic. As you can see, school-wide, we had 410 students overall enrolled in completing any pathway course in CTE at all of our schools. There's a gap from 2019 to fall of 2021, which was, the COVID years where our data is a little skewed because we weren't offering our higher level classes. So our participation was a lot lower, but you can see coming out of remote learning, the trends for each semester follows our enrollment growth trends. So we have more and more students going through our pathways, completing classes, really, so that this last fall, we had 838 students completing CTE classes school-wide. Now, when we look at pathway completion, the numbers look a little different. Because these are students who have completed a full 2-year sequence and completed the capstone course at the end of that 2 years. So as you can see in fall 2019, so before the pandemic, we were hovering at about a 25% overall completion rate for students. It dipped dramatically over COVID. And so coming out of the pandemic and out of remote learning, bringing those classes back on campus in fall 2021, we really had to start our pathways from scratch because we didn't have the students going through the pathway sequencing. We saw more students during the pandemic actually taking more variety of classes rather than sticking with a pathway because we weren't offering those higher level classes. So we have more students trying different things. So our completion rate for pathway completers went down to 5% as we have been building back those semesters. So this last fall, we jumped significantly because this last fall was the first semester that we brought back all of our completer courses. So we actually had a 34% class completion rate, which if you look at last year, our overall completion numbers, we had 36 completers all year. In last fall alone, we had 64 completers. So you can see that when we bring back those classes, students are willing to stick through the pathway if we are offering. So that's really exciting that we saw, and we expect an even higher number this semester because we have offered more sections of our completion classes because the demand has gotten higher. Another big piece of our completion rate for our CTE pathways is our school-wide 5-year strategic plan to focus more on not just CTE, but our college and career indicators as a whole. So we're really working with our staff and all of our stakeholders to make sure 100% of our students within the next 5 years are college and career prepared on the California dashboard. And they can get that through multiple, multiple ways. But CTE completion is a big piece of what we do to get them.
Can I just tell my board members that this information is in your binders too. So if you need to look at it more closely, it's in your binder.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna hand it over to you.
So just a quick summary again of our 12 SAVA pathways. I'm really excited. I mean, I was here in 2009 when we had 2 pathways, and just to see as a whole us grow in our pathways and our courses. We have 12 pathways, but guess how many classes that actually is for our students? That's over 50 classes SAVA wide that we provide to our students that are CTE focused. That's huge. Not a lot of schools do that. They stick with 1 or 2 pathways and really specialize in those. We have 12 with over 50 classes, which is way amazing. Humps me up. All right, so we also want to talk about our funding for this year. We wrote some grants and we received in 2022, 2023, over $1.5 million in grant funding. So just to give the board an idea of where we are going with that money, we really are looking in, as we've created this beautiful middle school expansion to our high school, we are really going to jump in and provide CTE in the middle school grades. Research has shown that the younger you provide those options for CTE and that hands-on experience, the more students are going to be more comfortable and more knowledgeable about what their interests are and what they feel are passionate about going into high school. So when we take you on this tour, we'll show you, but we've got for this year and going into next year, our students will explore in 4 weeks different modules of our pathways. So we have a miniature engine that they're going to get to work on for 4 weeks and explore the auto program. There's a culinary setup that they're going to get to cook and do some things to then jump in to culinary if that's something that's interesting to them. So in middle school, they're really going to have a chance to build up what their CTE knowledge is and interest is, so that when they go into high school, maybe then they don't have to explore as much. They can jump right into a pathway and complete not only maybe 1 pathway, but 2 pathways, which would be great for our students because we want to make sure that they're getting that full knowledge and sequence. Another piece of the grant that we're going to be jumping into is building out our agri-science pathway, really connecting that farm to fork movement, plant science, and then this will also give us an opportunity to buy a greenhouse so that our students have access to soils and plants and growing. And we have a great space in the back here to put it. So we'll kind of show you that space on our tour as well. And then Maury, I know, has given you a presentation on our EV conversion project, and it gave some highlights during good things, but really jumping into this partnership for that conversion, but not only the conversion project, but how do we grow our pathway to be that green energy? Because it's not just auto, it's, culinary, it is the infrastructure of green energy and how California is on that movement to get zero emissions by 2035 or something like that. So we're really wanting to be on the forefront of that movement for our students. Couple quick highlights. Again, that EV conversion partnership with SMUD, the California Auto Museum, the Sacramento Lowrider Commission, Air Quality Management District, and CMC has been huge. Maury kind of stole my thunder a little bit. I was going to talk about KCRA coming on Friday, but it was an amazing time to have all of our partners there, see the work that we have been doing, and then have show off our students they were hands-on working on cars, seeing how electricity and the batteries will work through it. I mean, there's just so much that goes into this EV conversion that our kids are having to think about. We have an engineer who comes to talk to them about, we have to have a 3D model of the battery so that we can see where the weight will shift, because we need to know that for the hydraulics. So they're learning all this really cool, innovative, and interesting, talk about relevant curriculum, things that they're passionate about. And then I could talk about CTE highlights forever, but our last CTE highlight that I'm going to share is just our new culinary kitchen and the work that students have been doing in here. They're in here every Thursday and Friday. And one of the fun things that they've done in this kitchen is they had, I forget what it's called. Chop challenge. Yeah, chop challenge. And so they had 1 hour to create multiple dishes with secret ingredients that they didn't know about until the timer started.
Oh my gosh.
And they didn't have any recipes to go off of or anything. They prepared it. We were judges, so that was a perk. They brought us the food. We got to grade them on presentation, taste, teamwork. So it's been really fun to see them jumping in and using this kitchen fully.
Maybe the best chocolate lava cake I've ever had in my life.
It was really good, yeah. All right, thank you for your time. Do you have any questions for us? Yes, Jack.
One, really appreciate it. And by the way, congratulations on the growth on those programs. I really support your partnership with people in the technical fields or the vocational fields that you're training students for. It's so expensive. The technology changes. For us to try to set up and create programs is almost impossible without the partnership, because you've got to have what's happening out there and what's happening in the automotive field. Where are they changing? How do we need to train? Same way with the agriculture, anywhere across our program. So yeah, any of that partnership is critical to the success of these programs. And frankly, don't be afraid to come in and say, wait a minute, this isn't working. Maybe we need to modify. You've done that already with the fire tech, and you essentially changed auto. You're probably going to change a number of others, or maybe it's a field that is no longer viable.
Yeah,
in
definitely.
a technical field, and it's sad to do sometimes, but to eliminate, to say we'll put the resources somewhere else where that is a career path, because it's a career path. That means somewhere at the end there they can go out and maybe get should be able to get a well-paid job. And we've got to communicate that to the students and to their families.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, even when we are looking at culinary, the food truck that we're building out, we're going all electric with it, because again, that's part of that evolution that the industry is making, is going electric. So how do we build that into our program so that our students are prepared? Yep.
And that came from our partnership with SMUD, telling us that, this is where the industry is going. And there's a lot of maybe resistance because with induction cooking.
There is a lot.
Right? Versus the gas that's all in all the restaurants, but all the new restaurants popping up. Guess what? They're going induction. So they need the incoming chefs to know how to cook those high-end meals on an induction stovetop. So we've benefited from those partnerships and that advice. And we're looking to systematize that a little bit more through smaller advisory boards so that we can have those regular conversations and keep our programs updated.
And I think with the auto is a good point, where if we could get certification for working with electric vehicles and so forth, it would be a ready-made position because that obviously is changing. But anyway, congratulations.
Thank you so
It's
much.
exciting.
So this is great. You ever watch Fire Country on TV?
No,
My son's favorite show.
Yeah, that's a great show. And it, you know, I didn't realize how hard and what it is out there fighting fires until I started watching Fire Country. And then with the thing now that we just got notice at the community center that we gotta go all electric, getting rid of gas.
Mhm.
Gotta get the gas out, so.
Yep.
Coming.
Yeah, it is.
I just want to again give you acclamations, affirm you. Because I was here when we had 2 programs, 2 CTE programs. I think I was just getting started, didn't know what it was all about. But I visited and saw the 2 programs and have watched this program grow and grow and grow. And what you are doing for students who otherwise would not be able to make it in the other world. It's just phenomenal. I talk about this program whenever I get a chance. You know, I talk about GCC, but this one is, I guess, closest to my heart because of what you're doing for students who would not have the opportunity and then learning skills that can take them through the rest of their lives. And the program has just grown tremendously. And I can't thank you enough. I just can't. And I talk about it more than I should probably. Thank you.
Well, we thank you, board members, for always supporting our programs and being open to sometimes our crazy ideas that we bring to the table, so we appreciate it.
Well, I definitely want to keep us on our time schedule, so we may want to start the tour.
Yeah, we are ready. If you guys are okay with it, it is raining outside, but we would like to take you on a quick tour where we'll try and minimize the rain as much as possible. But we'll take this building, we'll do the middle school and then jump over to construction if you guys are okay with that.
So we need to put on our coat then.
Yes, hopefully a good idea.
You want to- no problem.
I don't need glasses. Need my purses here.
Well, when we get back, we'll find one for you.
It just means like something, get some, like right there.
Yeah, if you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Definitely want to thank the Salva team for a great tour. I think it will kind of, again, they'll come back to the board, I want to say in June for their end of the year school report. But this really gives you a little bit of a glimpse of some of the work that they're doing right now. Okay, so this next. Put it on. There we go. So this next part, before we jump into this next kind of really the next part of our day, I definitely want to take this time to affirm our very strong cabinet team. So we have a great team of Elmira, Maury, Heather, Dr. Gold, excuse me, I'm doing the formal things. So Mr. Elliott, Dr. Gold, Ms. Reina. But in all sincerity, Elmira, Heather, Maury, we really are a great team that I think, board, you couldn't ask for a better cabinet. We're doing a lot of things together. We're working together, common mind to move the organization forward. And so today, as much as you'll hear a lot from me, you'll also hear a lot from the team because we have a very capable team. So I just want to make sure that we recognize that and we affirm them for their leadership. They are a huge part of all the things that are happening. And so you're going to hear some of that today. So at the beginning of the year, when we started our blueprint for excellence and we had our fall retreat, we outlined some key initiatives that we wanted to focus on this year. One was really looking at the learning loss identification and mitigation, our social emotional learning competency wellness, including trauma-informed practices, our diversity, equity, and inclusion work, our coherent work in terms of our journey to lead and implement instructional excellence across all GCC schools, really dealing with our people, caring for the heart and soul of staff while providing resources, fiscal integrity and sustainability, planning for today and tomorrow's changing landscape. And I think Elmira was going to lead you through some of that. And then finally, looking at how we can serve our Ukrainian and refugee population. So the next few kind of sessions that we go through, this team is going to lead you through where we are, how we're fulfilling some of those goals that we have outlined this year, and then honestly, where we want to go. Again, as I said earlier, it's a dialogue. So we kind of invite you to say, hey, let me get some more information. I think you had on one of your sheets over there that communication runs both ways. We don't want to just give information today, but we want to also have a back and forth and dialogue with the board. So with that being said, Dr. Gold and Mr. Elliott are Executive Directors of Educational Programs.
Thank you. How we're being so formal.
Since we're recording, because
So I get the opportunity and privilege to talk to you about some of our progress towards our goals that we set. And the other day I read a quote and it really resonated with me. It said, don't set goals, make promises. Right. And so when I really reflected on that, though we set goals, I'm confident when I say that all of our schools have really made promises to make sure that we are doing what is best for students and for our families and community. And so one of our first goals or promises was student achievement, right? Really staying at centered focus, as some of us have said, which is why we are all here to make an impact on students. And so I'm not going to read all of these because you guys do have the information, but I'm just going to highlight a couple of schools on each of these, give them all a little bit of love on how they are making progress towards our goals and our promises this year. So for student achievement, the school that I want to highlight is Epic. We are very excited to announce that Epic got out of their CSI this year. And that is really due to their hard work on their SIP plan. So that is their improvement, their instructional plan that they make. And they've done a lot of work on their math. They've been building thinking classrooms. They've been working with SCOE to really make math very visible and come alive. And because of their hard work and student achievement, like I said, they have exit CSI, which is such a great celebration. The other school I really want to point out here is Futures. Futures this year has really been working with SCOE in their partnership on aligning their ELA curriculum to embed ELD. As you know, they have a large ELD focus, as most of our schools do. So they've been very intentional on what supports that they're going to offer for their English language students. and also really using data, right? Using data to inform their decisions. And so they noticed after first implementing iReady, they didn't have the results that they wanted. They didn't have as much student buy-in. So they decided to take a book out of a page out of the playbook, literally, and they had an iReady blitz is what they called it, where every single teacher on that campus met one-on-one with all their students to talk about where they were, help them set their goals on what to their next steps. And they saw a huge success in their data due to just really engaging the students in them. So I thought that that was a couple of our schools to really highlight for you. Our next school was parent caregiver and community involvement. And COA, right, top notch. All of our schools do a great job, COA especially, in really involving their community. And so they really focus on, you know, making sure that they have science nights, multicultural affairs, as well as a lot of supports for our refugee families on parent education. They also partner with Horizon Charter to make sure that our parents are getting the knowledge and support that they need as well to be successful here. The other school really to highlight this year on this is HLA. They've been working really hard with Futures to really create a cohesiveness amongst their culture. So they held a Dia de los Muertos and a Black History Month to really kick off and start to really bring their communities together for culture awareness. For curriculum, the couple of schools that I really want to highlight is GIS. As President Lilly just said, she was there at GIS this week. They are going through their IB walkthrough and reauthorization. And so they really have that rigorous IB work that is fully embedded. It's their culture, it's their identity of who they are. And then, of course, our virtual academy, right? They started from the ground up. So they've been doing a lot of intentional work, incorporating a lot more live classes, especially for their junior high students, making sure that they are offering rigorous curriculum to students, even if it's in a virtual setting. So really want to give a shout out to all of their hard work at the virtual academy. The next goal that we set for ourselves is school culture and environment. And really want to highlight SAVA. Obviously, you guys saw today, the partnerships that they have are absolutely invaluable, and we wouldn't be able to do it to the level that we are without those partnerships. And so they are very intentional in seeking those partnerships, and getting them is one thing, maintaining them takes a lot of work, as we know. So really wanted to celebrate SAVA and their work of really developing that school culture and environment. And then the other school, the second one will be Futures on this. Finding identity for that school spirit, right, and engagement is so essential for high school. And so they've worked really hard at bringing prom, right, building that school culture and identity. So they had their first prom last year. They started golf this year. Where you at, Harry? Golf. Wrestling for the first year. They just got their new wrestling mat. So I'm super excited. I got to help with that. Cross country. They have a new partnership with Scholar with Athletics. And then, of course, they really did a revamp on their CKH to continue to build that culture and climate across their school environment. And then for college and career, I want to highlight SAVA again. Obviously, you see all of their greatness that they're doing here for the college and career indicators, but also that really, you know, leaks out to our other schools. And they really, you know, not only are we teaching other charters, but within our charters, CCCS and Futures, and really help to develop their CTE pathways. And they've created a very strategic plan for implementation. What I also like too is they're really focusing on those college and career readiness for college. So that dual enrollment, right? Of saying, okay, yes, you're going to have the CTE pathways, but you're also going to make sure that you graduate here being able to read, write, and do math. And then the other school to really focus on here is CCCS. So they too, as I said, are expanding their CTE pathways with the help of Mr. Elliott. They've added nutrition and hands-on art. So really trying to expand their college and career readiness. And then for our high quality staff, I would like to highlight the virtual academy again. So they have added this year an instructional coach. They've added an EL teacher, bilingual staff. And they also are partnering Epic, SAVA, and actually Virtual Academy partnered with the college courts through UC Davis. And so we actually have college students who are coming and helping to mentor our students, which is a phenomenal partnership. So there's some intentionality there. And then of course, COA, they have really been focusing, and CCCS on their MTSS and updating their professional learning communities. And that is one of our key priorities this year, and moving into next year is really keeping MTSS at the forefront of all of our decisions. Any questions? I know that was just a couple of highlights for all of our schools, but they are doing such an incredible and amazing job in all of the promises that we have set up.
I know, I really appreciate it and truly informative. I also appreciate that you have broken out the virtual academy, because that's one that is relatively new. And I'm really surprised at the growth of it. It's not an independent charter, it's what part of.
It's part of CCPS.
Yeah, so but it truly has somehow tapped into a need. And so kind of describe for me, it cuts across all of our charters, so they can use it. You talked about them meeting one-on-one, so they meet face to face with the students interpersonally, apparently, and then it's virtualized. So from then on, how do you avoid the pitfalls that we discovered in as a result of the pandemic and the learning loss that really takes place to keep those students motivated? We draw them back in and do a hybrid course where they have to come back in occasionally.
Yeah, no, we don't have a hybrid model, and that really is dependent on, because some of our students do not have to meet some of the other legal requirements to be actually in person. And so a lot of it is a lot of communication, effective communication with the families, making sure that we're offering them an appropriate education, that this is a type of learning environment that is best for them and they're able to excel. That's also why they also increase the number of live classes. So they realized that, just having like Edgenuity, right, and that independent study of being able to do it independently on their own was not successful for elementary and even junior high. And so they have a very, I don't want to say strict schedule, but they have a schedule, right, of like where all the kids are on there. They have their morning meetings. They do very traditional classroom type things in a virtual setting. They then have breakout groups for small group instruction. They have a break. They all come back on. So they have a full day in elementary.
Okay.
And then our junior high have a lot of like their math classes, especially, are all live instruction, because we realized having them take, an advanced math class independently at that age loses that engagement. And so they're getting very creative on spirit days and just ways to engage them culturally.
Yeah. Well, that's certainly unique, and keep it up. And obviously it's has great potential for more growth.
Yeah, we're seeing a huge demand, even at Savas, right? The clientele of students that are wanting more of those advanced classes that in a virtual setting has dramatically increased. So again, just really want to affirm the VA team, Tara and all of her teachers and staff there, and Mr. Elliott, to really helping us get that program, because, just a short amount of time, we have 250, close to 300.
315 as of
315.
I know, every time I get
It just keeps growing. Every time I check the thing, I'm like, okay,
2 months ago, it was like 150.
What's that?
Like 2 or 3 months ago, it was 150.
It was a little higher than that to start the year. We started around 200 at the beginning of the year, but it is, we saw it as a kind of safety net after COVID.
Sure.
And it's, yes, it serves that purpose, but there's, like Heather said, there is a demand around the Sacramento area, I'm assuming around the country, for alternative hybrid school settings now.
Yeah.
People realize they don't
Yeah.
necessarily have to spend all day, every day in a brick and mortar classroom. So the population that we're receiving at our IS schools, both virtual and on site like Sava, is changing fast.
Yeah, they're wanting to pre-calculus, they're wanting the calculus, but they also need that support, right? And so that's why we're looking at live classes, and again, not being stuck in a box. Like if the need is there, we're being innovative to meet that need and meet that demand.
Just a question about, so do we actually look for other models to leverage what we're doing? Okay, can
Absolutely.
you talk a little bit about that?
One example would be last week, Sava hosted a tour of administrators from around the state during the California Charter Schools Association conference. We were a showcase school that they brought folks to. Happened to be one of the administrators that showed up was from another virtual school, actually up in the foothills area. And we've connected her with Tara Jones to say, hey, talk, learn, share best practices. So every chance we get, we're looking for ways to learn from other organizations.
So how many people I'm sorry, how many people did you have?
It was about 15. It was a smaller group. They did it on the last day of the conference when everybody was tired. So they
Visiting
went
another
down. But
school. No, that's great.
yeah.
Yeah, we had some also at COA, and they toured our TK program as well to learn from us, because they hadn't yet started their TK program. So I had the privilege of being there with Michael Surday and his team to really showcase what we're doing with our TK. And we had about 20 individuals there for that. And then, we also put down right learning from other charter schools. I had the opportunity to go and learn from, and I'll be taking a team to one of the Rockland Family Community Charter School, which is a high school, to just learn because they schedule their school differently. So they're able to like offer their high school students 50 minutes of intervention every single day embedded into their school day and 30 minutes of SEL. So we're constantly trying to look at what can we learn from everybody else? What can we take from it and then just elevate and continue to elevate our program?
Yeah, and I was gonna say the virtual academy, that they do a cooking class. Remember, I tell you about the cooking class? They cook, they have the kids at home and they cook and they bake and they use the stove and the oven and everything. So, and I had to eat the macaroni and cheese.
Yeah.
It was good.
Yeah, so we're innovative in providing those materials like kits, right, for like the month or for the week, so that then they have those hands-on engagement opportunities. We also offer through enrichment opportunities for VA, so where they can go to the museum or they can go on field trips, right? So that they are also getting that engagement
Sure.
and that connection, so they feel connected to the school.
And they do something, I think it's like training, I know the girls go out and they do some gymnastics stuff, I think, something.
Correct.
And I never, they go, I think on Tuesdays.
Similar to how we have after-school program opportunities, we do the same thing for our VA, but we have partnerships with different community members across the Sacramento area. So that, some charters will give funding to their families. We do not do that. Rather, we have partnerships that they can take advantage of.
You said they do their math on site. Is it-
No, live classes virtually.
Oh, live class virtually, okay, okay.
Instead of like a recording,
Yeah.
sometimes teachers would record stuff
Right,
during COVID
okay.
and then expect that they were gonna watch it. There's no relationship there, right? So when they're live virtually, you have that interaction with
Okay.
students.
All
Any other-
right, do we have additional questions for Dr. Gold? Okay, next, Executive Director Elliott is going to update us on our LCAP mid-year update. Last year, this was a requirement of the state, but as you know, board, we've always done this as kind of best practice, so you'll know what's happening with our LCAP goals, what's happening in terms of some of our expenditures, and so Maury is going to lead us through that. So Maury.
All right. Well, good morning, board. It's good to see everyone. And just as Heather said, I integrated all of our goals for each school onto one slide here. So you're going to see a couple of kind of summary highlights of how each of our schools have spent our LCFF supplemental and concentration grant dollars to specifically support our unduplicated students. One of the very unique data points about GCC is that we have 87% of our students across the entire organization that qualify as these unduplicated students. That means they're foster youth, low income, or English learners. It's an extremely high percentage. And going off of the promise thing Dr. Gold talked about, what the LCFF supplemental and concentration grant dollars are, is our promise to serve those students above and beyond to make sure we give them the extra supports that they need to be successful. All right. So you'll see a lot of integration here between our GCC goals that Heather just covered and our LCAP goals. Obviously, when we talk as leadership teams about what our mission is, what our vision is, what the outcomes are we want to get to, we are working hard to integrate our GCC goals with our LCAP goals, with our WASC action plan goals to make sure it's a cohesive path to the ultimate student success outcomes we're after. So you'll see some overlap here, but I'll cover how we have spent dollars in an impactful way to support our unduplicated students. So first off, for COA, again, just highlighting a couple, they have really used dollars this year to hire ELD teachers and support ELD training, as well as supporting parent liaisons with their outreach efforts for the immigrant community coming in from Ukraine. The last column, you can see our budget for the year. This is one change. 2 years ago, when we had supplemental and concentration grant dollars, if we didn't spend those dollars, we'd roll those over into next year, no big deal. But again, going back to our promise, this money is to make sure we are giving unduplicated students the best opportunity possible to succeed. And now we are mandated, and it's our goal to make sure all those dollars are spent effectively every year. So you can see COA is budgeted about $5.8 million for the year 22-23, and they have about 600,000 left. So we're about 3/4 of the way through the year, right on track to spend down those dollars effectively. Looking at CCCS, one of the big focuses of that program this year has been to build and expand CTE. So they've used a lot of their SSC dollars on teachers and mentors for their CTE classes. as well as at the K-8 on GLAD trainings and making sure, they've also seen not near as much as COA, but a small surge of immigrant English learner students. So we want to make sure those teachers are trained up adequately to serve and provide supports to those English learners. And their budget is almost all spent for the year, less than 100,000 left of S&C to max out their dollars. Yes,
So
Bruce?
that is a use it or lose it.
It is not a use it or lose it. I think Elmira might go into that later. If we don't spend it, we are mandated to make sure we budget more next year, spend it next year, but the goal is spend it. I mean, we know what it's for, we know its purpose. They don't take it from us, but it is a mandate that we serve these students effectively with the dollars allotted. Did I explain that right, Elmira?
Yes.
Good enough. All right, Epic, again, a big influx of English learners this year at Epic Charter School. So they also worked on funding ELD teachers and training supplies. They also have funded some staff specifically supporting their IB program to expand in that area. And they also are down to about $135,000 left on their S&C budget for the year. Moving on to Futures. Futures has done a lot of work around capturing kids' hearts, as Dr. Gold mentioned. Mindfulness programs and really building culture and just kind of starting over at Futures as far as the foundation of who they are as a school, what their goals are, where they want to go. So a lot of dollars have been invested to help on that end. Also, you're seeing a theme here, ELD teachers across the board, as we've seen a huge influx of immigrants from Ukraine. That's been a need across many of our schools. They do have a bit more remaining, about $560,000. But we do have budget meetings quarterly, and we're working with that team to make sure that we are finding ways to effectively use that money throughout the remainder of the year. Moving on to GIS, they have funded an instructional coach and school counselor out of their S&C dollars this year. Again, supporting college and career readiness. Those positions support their IB program. And again, English learners that have enrolled in their school. Also, GIS does a fabulous job of attendance awards and events, family engagement, community events, and we're able to use S&C dollars to support those activities. And they have spent down, about 95% of their dollars for the year. So looking good on that front. HLA, again, an instructional coach specifically supporting their IB programs is one of their highlights for the year, and a campus monitor to build school safety and school culture, making sure we have adequate staffing just to supervise and support kids out on the playground, around the campus, in between passing periods. It's a big deal. And that goes a long way in growing a positive culture at a school campus. They do have about 25% of their S&C budget remaining. Again, with a quarter of the school year to go, we're still in good shape to be able to spend those dollars down effectively throughout the remainder of the year. And last but not least, we're looking at SAVA, and this is all three SAVAs. I've highlighted the budgets for each school in the column on the right-hand side. But as you saw today, CTE is huge at SAVA, and we fund, if we're not funding CTE teachers with SWP grant dollars, we're most likely funding those teachers in classroom supplies with our S&C dollars. SAVA has also done a lot, I should have mentioned it for CCCS as well, but with community partnerships and mentorship programs, both CCCS and SAVA are working with the Sacramento Youth Center. And the SAC Youth Center is providing a phenomenal mentorship program. I was able to give a tour last week, and I got to see it in action for the first time. And it is, it's hard to find mentorship programs that are really impactful. We've tried a few over the years, and quite frankly, many of them have bombed. This one with SAC Youth Center, I'm highly impressed. It is impactful. They are building phenomenal relationships with our students, and it is a fabulous partner to have. If you look at the budget for the year, Elk Grove has already spent their S&C dollars, so we're looking good there. Sac City has about 130 grand left, and Twin Rivers just under 100, so well on track to spend down as we should be for those unduplicated students. There, let's see, I think that's my last slide. There is one handout in your board binder that I did not have a slide for, but you'll see it in there, and it is the results of our LCAP survey. This is from one of our vendors, Hanover. This is the outcome of our contract for the year. We sent this survey out to all stakeholders, families, parents, students, staff, to gather feedback specifically on our LCAP goals. We incorporated our after school programs. This is a 6-page summary of all of that data. I'll leave it to you to look through the whole document, but I'll highlight just a few key points I thought were impressive. One, we had over 1,500 people take this survey. And to the best of my knowledge, that's the highest taken LCAP survey that we've done across the GCC. 93% of our staff said they enjoy the work we do. I know I'm one of those 93. If we have staff that like the work they do, we know we're going to get their best, and that is huge. And if we ever see that number drop, we know we've got to go back to the drawing board and figure out why. But 93% is a pretty good rate of people who come to work every day loving their job. And hey, we still have room to grow. We got 7% that we want to get by next year. And we'll continue to talk about ways to make sure those staff are engaged, empowered, and have what they need to come to work happy and ready to do a great job every day. 87% of parents are satisfied with school level leadership,
Wow.
which I thought that was a terrific point. We know that we're not going to make everybody happy all the time, but when 87% of your parents say our administrators, our principals, our vice principals are doing a great job, I mean, it gives me chills. That speaks very highly of the work that our GCC leadership team does, that our principals do at their sites. And honestly, the work that our teachers and staff do, because parents mostly hear from those teachers and staff, which means the words they're using, the way they're talking about our leaders is very positive. That's a huge thing across the board. And then if you want to go to page 1, 2, 3, I think it's page 5, specifically focuses in on some special populations. It'll give you data about support for English learners and support for special education. I wanted to highlight the special education section. My child or my schools provide special education students with encouragement, accommodations on tests, learning materials, social emotional support, academic support. All of those items I just mentioned were above an 84% rating for our special ed population. So the students that really need it the most, that need a little extra support, a little extra help to meet those academic outcomes, they're feeling that they're getting it. And I'm very proud of that data point. So great information here on this chart. You can dive into it deeper if you would like. We'll be reviewing this with our administrators at one of our April principals meetings. And again, just one of the outcomes we get from one of the vendors that you commonly see on our board agendas annually.
And then they will get, also each school will get their own data disaggregated based off of their population.
Yes.
Okay.
as well. So this is for all of GCC, but we won't receive those till the end of March.
So do all of our schools, Maury, have parent councils?
Well, every school has a school site council,
Okay,
which
right, I
includes
know
parents.
schools, right,
Yeah. There are, like, Futures has an HLA, parent faculty organization.
right.
And different schools have additional groups that meet at times, but every one of our schools has a parent council per se, through school site council, parent representation.
And most of our schools, with the exception of a few, have a parent liaison
Right.
that works closely with Sergey around some of those ongoing parent engagement events. And even the schools that don't have a parent liaison, they usually have someone that's assigned from their site to really try to, they meet once a month, they come together to get best practices and things like that to really try and build parent engagement.
Can I just do a follow-up to the?
Please do,
question?
yeah, any questions?
So, and it's great that we had 14% of the total respondents were parents or
Mhm.
guardians. How do you think we can increase that number? Because to me,
Yeah,
that's
it's still
key-
low, right?
Yeah, it's still
Yeah.
low and but they're a key constituent, it's like, how do you get more parents involved? And that's why I was asking the question about parent liaison, how active are they
Yeah.
in communicating out to the other parents, getting them,
So
letting them know that this survey exists, and.
one of the ways that I've thought about increasing that number next year is by strategically planning now. What is our window for this survey next year? Getting that to
Right.
principals in July so that they can plan events, whether it's just a parent engagement night, whether it is a school site council, but get parents on campus while the
Right.
survey is open. So we can hand them Chromebooks and say, hey, we're gonna
Here
take
you
5
go.
minutes.
Oh,
Here's
that's
what you fix
fantastic.
for us.
Right, yeah, great
We didn't-
idea.
We didn't plan strategically enough ahead this time around, but
That's
again,
fine.
that's what we'll do.
But
better
you're
at
thinking
next year.
about it and trying to figure it out.
And so this year, we gave it to principals and said, if you have any events, push it out there. And we just sent out parent square after parent square after parent square message to make sure that our
Sure.
parents knew about it. I received those from, my student schools, and you know how it is as a parent. If you're doing anything that's making you're busy at the time, you're not gonna
Sure.
get to it. It's hard.
Yeah,
It's not necessarily your top priority when
Yeah.
you're sitting at home, making dinner, driving home from work. But if we can get parents on campus, I think we'll do a much better job making that 14% even more next year.
Student extra credit for the older kids.
there you go.
Show me everything your parent did.
That's right.
Here's your homework pass.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah.
I really appreciate the format, we've seen LCAP presented in different formats and it's been really complicated, and this one, and I particularly like the fact that we see the resources and the dollar allocation there. As I remember, LCAP was given to us as a result of Governor Brown streamlining education and making it less complicated for us.
Yeah, right.
We won't go there.
Yeah, exactly.
LCAP itself isn't too complicated. It's the 150 extra resources that have been added
Exactly.
since.
And you or Byron or whoever, is LCAP scheduled to sunset somewhere in the future?
No, this is the base funding. Now it
Yes.
is fully funded based on Governor Brown's initial goals back in
So it's
2014.
going to go on.
That is the funding model in the state of California.
Okay.
Yeah, my concern is that I'm looking at your spreadsheet or your presentation is that so many of the sites have become so dependent on the resources. It's
Yes,
just- it-
as a district organization, it's 87% unduplicated. We rely heavily on these funds.
Yeah, and one reason I raise that is that given the state's quote deficit spending this year on the state budget, as I was just areas which they might look to deal with deferred funding and so forth, so.
I don't see, and Elmira could speak to it better than I could, I don't see cuts really ever being made to the supplemental and concentration component.
Okay.
There may be changes to the base LCFF funding based on state budgets, but this piece, when you're talking about serving your most underserved, under-resourced kids,
Yeah,
we are not, I don't see us touching that.
okay,
And I'll touch more on that.
okay.
I'll skip that.
Other LCAP questions?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
So board, in our plan right now, we have a designated recess or break. If you would like to take that, we're more than welcome to. We have I think about 15 for that, or we can move right into Elmira's portion, which will be about 45 minutes talking through fiscal.
We can move.
All right.
Yeah. thank-
So we're gonna make up time in the
Is that
air, so,
okay? Yeah.
all
So
right.
we'll make up time at the end for.
So
I have notes, so I needed my podium.
But I don't like the 45-minute part, that's,
Sorry.
speak fast.
we want to be efficient, but yet meaningful. I want to affirm definitely Elmira and her team. Elmira and I've been spending a lot of time together here lately, having 2 and 3 hour meetings. And so I'm really looking forward to the information that she's going to share with us.
All right, so skip the recess, right to budget. So welcome to my section of this board retreat. So I'll try to make it less than 45 minutes, but no promises. It's like 1/3 of the board retreat. Go ahead and get started. I'm going to go over the governor's January budget. I'm going to talk about some of the federal and state funding for K-12. We'll go over enrollment and ADA numbers over years or over time, multi-year projections by schools. Mr. Deputy Sample will be going over salary increases, and then I will wrap up with the reserve. All right. So as you know, in January, we attended school services January governor's update. And I'm bringing some of those updates to you here, and maybe also some relevant information that's come up since then. So we continue to see persistent inflation in the economy, interest rates increasing, supply and demand, delays, struggling stock markets in the state of California. So that's continuing. State revenue changes since the last 2 years. We have seen a cut in January of 29.5 billion in the state's revenue, general fund revenue. So that's significant since July. So July we were expecting more. We're 29.5 billion lower. The estimated gap for 23-24 is 22.5 billion. So again, it's an ongoing issue. Governor has been able to maintain a state reserve intact. So I'll kind of go over a little bit about how he's gonna try to balance this. We're seeing a slower economic growth. But with the $29.5 billion decrease in general fund revenues, he's looking at different things, the governor is. And school services in January, they talked about sweeping about 1/3 of the arts, music, and instructional materials block grant, which is a significant number. The other thing that they could be tapping into is the COLA. So those are conversations that are still happening. We still don't know what that's gonna look like. I'll bring back another update in May. Okay. So as you know, our state revenue is made up of the 3 major taxes. This is your personal income tax. So as you can see, we have a decrease on the upper right-hand slide to you. We see a decrease of 9.2 billion in the current year and 17.1 billion in the second year out. So that is significantly lower than what we were expecting. Obviously, they're going to have to try to figure out how to balance that. And so we'll see some of that upcoming. Okay. The other 2 big taxes is corporation and sales and use tax. And again, we see a decrease in both current and future year of 1.1 billion and 1.5 billion respectively for sales and use tax. And then you see flat for corporation, and then you see a dip down of 2.7 million in the out year in the 23-24 year. And these slides are from school services. And so some of the risks we're seeing in the 23-24 budget is going to be our progressive tax system is extremely volatile right now. We're assuming the governor is assuming slower economic growth. So he's actually said he doesn't believe there's going to be a recession, but the economies are assuming a mild recession. There's geopolitical turmoil, there's increased inflation, and raising interest rates for the Federal Reserve policy, which is causing also inflation on the consumer price index. And then we see a further decline in the stock market.
You know, Mayor, if I could just add a little bit to that. In addition, just this week, the Legislative Analyst Office, the LAO, also put out kind of their concerns, really highlighting these exact same risks to the California economy. And so, as we always know, the governor always goes very optimistic, and then the LAO was a little more based in reality. So they're really highlighting these exact same things.
Omar,
Yes.
what are they saying is the cause of the drop in the income tax?
I'm not really sure what the issue is. I mean, there could be issues with the timeline of when we're going to be recording our taxes for this current year. So as you know, there's been an extension till October. And so that's probably also going to affect the budget numbers for 23-24 year. But most likely unemployment, the market, jobs. I mean, I would imagine that that's cause of the decrease.
And there's, you know, there's a lot of discussion around the fact of the restructure of the tax, you know, the federal tax structure, what can be deducted and written off has greatly impacted states like California and New York, just because of our high property tax. And so when you have that cap, plus a lot of families are losing that influx of federal stimulus money, you begin to start seeing some, you hate to say it, righting of the ship financially.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, go on to Prop 98 and how we're funded. So we have 3 tests, and currently we're falling under test 1, which is what's giving us the most money. As you can see from the slide to your right, the test 1 is a lot higher than test 2 and 3, and so that's what we're going to be, which is the fair share test. Just wanted to point that out. That's what funding model we're going to. So here is your 23-24 LCFF funding assumptions. So this is the school services dartboard. And I just want to point out that currently this is based on an 8.13 COLA. So that is subject to change. Whatever we did in May, that's going to be the final. But since there is a deficit, a low general fund revenue, they could be looking at cutting that, either lowering or cutting it completely. The other thing is the grade span adjustment. We went over that in second interim, but as you can see right here, we get amounts for certain grade levels. In additional, we get TK dollars for our TK students because of the lower class size. And then also we have our supplemental concentration dollars that we set aside and spend for what Maury just presented just a little bit ago. Okay. I want to point out that last year we received one-time dollars of ADA loss provisions. We were paid out last year, one part of it, and we accrued part of it last year. The other part was coming this year, and so we've received apportionment letters finally this year, this month. And so we're excited to say that the additional 3.7 million has come in from last year's 21-22 ADA loss provision. Okay. Here are our multi-year projection assumptions. So as you can see, our California CPI with some of the stuff that they're talking about increasing federal interest rates and causing the Federal Reserve, the effects of the Federal Reserve causing this number to increase. Those numbers are subject to change, obviously, depending on how the market is doing. As of January's presentation to now, there's conversation on the COLA that 8.13 is basically on the chopping block in case they need to balance budget. The unemployment insurance, we've also got notification that potentially can come down to 0.05. So it's coming back down. You see your mandated block grant numbers down below, your California lottery, restricted and unrestricted, 170 and 67 respectively for ADA for next year. Okay. So here are some of the multi-year pressures. 24, 25, and 25, 26 increases are above our COLA. So even with the COLAs that we stated on the assumptions, we see that our step-in column, our CalPERS increase, inflation, CPI increases, etc., are actually going to be more in those 2 out years, 2 far years. You're going to see that the costs are going to be more than what we're going to be getting in additional money. So that's something to kind of pay attention to. Also, loss of one-time money. So we have ESSER and ELOG that are pretty much spent down. We still have a little bit of ESSER money, but from, you know, a $11 to $12 million grant, we have about, you know, 800,000 left. So that's just to kind of give you in perspective what's left in these resources. So that one-time money is depleting. And then also in the 24-25 year, we're going to be most likely have spent down the art, music, instructional supply grant and the learning recovery emergency block grant because our average one-time spending is about 11 million. So with the ESSER gone, we're going to have to shift some of that over to the new block grants and kind of see how those fit in terms of maintaining what currently is working for students in place. Okay. Our CalSTRS and CalPERS rates for the next coming up years, we see that CalSTRS is flattening out to 19.10%. So that's consistent in the next 3 years. Unlike CalPERS, we still continue to see growth on the employer contribution based on actuarial reports. For the next 4 years, it's still climbing. So That's what we have.
And Omar, if I'm correct, there is no state relief
That is
in
correct.
these upcoming budget bills.
That is correct. There was 1 year where we had it for state relief. But in the last couple of years, we have not, last year and this year, we
Yeah.
have not seen any. relief.
Well, that's,
Our minimum wage also continues to increase. And for this next year, we would have to be at that 16 per hour rate because it's the 23-24 year and January 1st, 2024. It's where we hit. We currently have all our positions within that range, so we are okay. We won't be making any changes this year for that. I talked a little bit about the mandated block grant and the rates. You can see the difference between what school districts, charters, and COEs receive. And just a little bit of history, the mandated block grants came about to facilitate the required reporting that was intended to fund. So this was intended to fund the cost of the applicable mandated activities identified by government section 17581. So it's to cover whatever expenses there is to do these mandates without us having to report every single mandate like we used to before the block grant came about. And just so you know, the block grants are tied to the COLA, so whatever we get in COLA, those rates increase. Okay, so I'm gonna speak a little bit more about the arts, music, instructional material block grant because that is one of the biggest chunk of money that we'll be using in 23-24 to save some of these one-time positions that are going to be, impacted by the loss of our other one-time money, which is ESSER, ELOG, etc. So the governor is proposing to cut this particular program by 1/3. There is conversation out there that they potentially will not be able to cut this program because it's already been allocated. Some districts have already, and organizations have already spent these dollars. So there's a lot of conversation out in the state of what's going to happen. So we'll know more in May, but as of right now, we have budgeted our second interim with that 1/3 cut. 50% of it will be paid out in December. So we've already received 50% of this grant and the other 50% will be paid out in May. So based on the apportionment payments, we are getting both of these, we're getting the grant fully paid by May. So how they're planning to cut this in the middle, I'm not really sure. So we'll see kind of how that plays out. It requires a board approved plan. So that will be coming to you shortly. Not today, but it will be coming to you shortly. Must be spent by June 30th of 2026. So it could be used over multi-year. Some of the allowable expenses are standard aligned professional development and instructional materials and professional development to improve school culture. So we heard a lot about culture and improving school environments. Diverse and cultural relevant book collection for school classrooms and libraries. Operational costs, it's a big one to highlight. So it's pretty much anything operational to run a school. COVID-19 related materials, supplies, and equipment. And then there's a couple caveats. 80% of it must be spent on staff. And no more than 1% can be spent in admin. Okay. Board approved plan must include types of arts funded. So some of these 5 key components have to be called out. The number of staff that will be paid out of this grant, and then the number of students served with this grant. Okay, so that's just some general information. We do have our awards and our allocations, so you can see it's an actually $3 million grant. You take 30% off, which is what we did for our second interim, just to be conservative and ensure that we don't spend those dollars before we really know what's happening. And then the effect of what the cut is. So it's a good chunk of money. The other big block grant is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So this is one-time funds also intended to establish initiatives that support learning recovery and social and emotional well-being. 50% was received in the fall of 2022. And then the other 50% will be received this year. So we're recording these block grants this year. We are just not spending them just quite yet. Allowable uses is lower class sizes, additional instructional time, interventions or integrated supports for pupils, instruction for credit deficient students, early intervention and tutoring. There's going to be some reporting requirements for this one. So reporting template will be published in June of this year. The initial expenditure will be submitted December 2024. There'll be another one and a final, and everything must be spent by June 2028. This one's significantly more than the arts. So just to give you an idea. So these really will replace a lot of the ESSER. ESSER had a lot of the same requirements for learning, trying to make sure that the loss mitigation component was done. So this money is for that purpose. Okay.
This is one time and it can't be carried over?
It can be carried over up through January, must be spent by January 2028.
Okay,
But based on our one-time spending trends, this will most likely be spent all next year.
okay.
Maybe carry over a little bit for the next. Okay. I'm going to speak just a tidbit about learning, expanded learning opportunity program. Dr. Gold will go over more details on that. Just general information on how much we get per student, UPP or unduplicated pupil percentage greater than 75, which is the majority of our sites, is 2,750 per ADA. UPPs lower than 75% is 2,053 per ADA. So the only site that falls under that would be Epic. This amount fluctuates depending on the distribution of high UPP LEAs. Funds are allowed to carry over. So we're allowed to carry over funds. Requirement for 23 and 24 and beyond. So some of the requirements is that any LEA or charter that has a UPP greater than 75, which again is all our sites excluding Epic, must offer program to all students grades T, K to 6, and must provide access to all students in grades TK to 6 who request the program. Now, requirements for UPP lower than 75%, it must offer programs to all unduplicated. So that's the key difference, right? Unduplicated students, TK6, and must provide access to all unduplicated students grades TK to 6. This program has not currently been audited, will not be audited this 22-23 year, but starting in 23-24, it will start to be audited. And it has the same requirements as our ACES program. And so it's going to be very stringent and monitored. So they're giving us a couple years to get our ducks in a row. So here is the schools. This is a CFAPE program, and obviously our primary schools are the ones that are getting funding. And so you can see what kind of dollars we're talking about. This is a $5.3 million investment. This is just the 23-24 year. Dr. Gold will go over a little bit more about what kind of challenges we're seeing with carryover, the fact that it was new money, implementation, etc. So she'll go over a little bit more on that component. Okay, I'm going to go on and talk about universal transitional kindergarten. So the date has now shifted a little bit from September 2nd to April 2nd. So every year they're adding months to ensure that all kids that are between September 2nd and August 2nd get served in a TK program. So we're out to April 2nd now. There's a 690 million ongoing general fund investment to fund and implement the second year of TK, its expansion. The other change is that the student ratio has decreased from 12:1 to 10:1, starting the 23-24 year, which is why we're getting that additional TK allocation in our LCFF. Right, that's their way to mitigate how we're serving or staffing these classrooms for students. Ratios can be met by using classroom paraeducators, but they must be 18 years or over. And then TK is requiring a certification. So there's examples of some of the certifications that they can have or need in order to serve in these classrooms. And as all great programs, there's penalties. So if we don't, obviously this will be audited also to ensure that the proper credentials our teachers are holding the proper credentials in the classroom, that the classroom ratios are met, and that the class sizes are 10:1, right? 10 kids to 1 adult. Some of the other programs that we have are special education program. That allocation will be 886.66 per ADA. That's increased by the COLA. So that will change depending on what our COLA is. There is a new program, or the next couple programs are new. The literacy coach reading specialist grant program, but we are not eligible because it's really for unduplicateds above, I believe 90%. So we don't qualify for that particular grant. There's the 12th grade cultural and enrichment, kind of like the after school programs offering our high schoolers to be able to attend plays, theater, etc., kind of enrich their experience. And so we still don't know what schools would be, but we would imagine they would be the secondary high school level grades. Obviously, since it's 12th grade cultural enrichment grant, those are the sites I would believe would be eligible for it. We also have an opioid overdose reversal. So that is due to the number of increased deaths due to overdoses at school. And so having, we've already started to talk about this in our admin meetings. Eric Crawford, Dr. Crawford has come out and really advocated on how this and teach and I'm sure roll out this full implementation on how this will work and how what sites would need to be trained on in order to administer the medicine. The school facility program, full day preschool, there's a delay on the 500 million one-time general fund investments. School facility program was reduced by 100 million. The charter school facility, it has a 30 million ongoing Prop 98 funding, so that has not changed. And then there's a school kitchen infrastructure of 15 million one time. And again, we work and we partner with Twin Rivers to ensure that we are able to access some of that. The other grant that's out there is the Community School Partnership Program. So we had 2 of our schools that applied for the planning grant. So we would be actually in the implementation grant phase. And we have CCCS and Futures participating in that. And so this is a grant that works with the outside community and organizations to ensure that we are able to partner for our students and our students' success. As you see, this is the perfect example of how it's utilized. Our solvent programs have great partnerships out in the community. So this is just additional funding to help other schools be there. Okay, I'm going to move on and talk a little bit about enrollment. So we'll go side by side each one. And as I mentioned before in other board meetings, we're at an all-time high enrollment. You can kind of see that trend come back up to 606. And we're maintaining flat. The current enrollment at CCCS as of March 10th is 736. We tend to be conservative when we budget for adopted budget, just to ensure we're accounting for kids that leave us, graduate, et cetera, and then building our program up again. 308 of them are virtual academy. 428 are all the other CCCS campuses. So we continue to see growth in the virtual academy. A lot of kids are opting to move that way. Here is your ADA to enrollment numbers for 22-23 and 23-24 at the very bottom. And then just over the years, we're maintaining an 88%, roughly 88.5, 88.6 enrollment, ADA to enrollment. This, I have a feeling will shift a little bit with the VA being part of the school to kind of increase, just because independent study tends to kind of increase the ADA to enrollment numbers.
If you go to the bottom of this,
But this one,
the last one, 20304, is that showing what it was, or is that supposed to be 2023, 2024? The very last,
2023, 2024.
okay.
Yeah, it's a typo on
It's
there.
a typo, okay.
I didn't even see it again when I looked at the slide, but yes. That is the following year.
Okay,
Going back in time about 20 years.
yeah, I didn't know we were going back and just so it was a long time ago, or.
That's what happens when we celebrate our 20th year. We don't keep celebrating.
We can go for 20 years.
Here's our current enrollment numbers over time for COA. As you can see in our 24-25 year, you see a uptick of 100. We potentially have students in the 23-24, but again, we're being conservative moving into the next year until, you know, once our building is finalized and available for student use, we're not going to allocate that until we get closer to that time frame. But we are thinking that it has a capability of serving about 150 students per morning. About 150 students. So that number could potentially go up about 150 more than the 17-14. We did count for 100 more. And again, this is that CalFit building expansion. We currently have enrollment as of March 10th of 1754. So we are a little bit higher than our 23-24 number here. These are CPED numbers. So these are snapshots of where our duplicated will be counted at, and all those numbers kind of are data points for the state. Okay. Next slide is your ADA to enrollment over time. Well, this site maintains a 92 to 93% attendance rate, so that's pretty good. Here's futures. We are seeing a little bit of a drop from CBED number. So our CBED number was 459. Our current enrollment is 446. So we've kind of been seeing a dip a little bit at this particular school. So we're a little bit more conservative in the out years of 440. So we'll kind of see once enrollment hits the beginning of the year. We might change that, but this is what our numbers will be for adopted too. Here is futures ADA to enrollment over time. Again, this one's 92 to 93% attendance rate. We're back to the SAVAs. So we see an increase from prior year to CBEDs at 176. Our current enrollment at the site is 196. 26 of those being middle school kids. So again, the reason for an increase at this site is due to our middle school expansion in all of our SAVAs. So. Again, like I said, our independent study schools usually have an uptick to enrollment, ADA to enrollment. Our enrollment number is the CBED number as of October timeframe. And so we usually see an uptick in attendance mid-year, so they're always receiving kids into the program, so that's why we see those ADA to enrollment numbers jump up. We did have a little bit of a decrease in our COVID years. But we're back up to where we were historically, as you can see from historic. There's some hundreds in there. Okay, next one is Sava Sac City campus. And again, you see the uptick on your CBETS number of 709. Our current enrollment is 747. So again, it's 88 students, new students, middle school. No, we did have some students last
We
year,
had
about
some.
15.
At Sac City, we had roughly 50, and I think
55.
now we're up.
So there's 88 now here as of March 10th. So that's what we're seeing there. It's an uptick in enrollment. Here is the ADA overtime. Currently, it's at 93%. ADA to enrollment. We're seeing hopefully 94 based on historic trends. Hopefully we can get it back up, but it's still pretty good. So we have HLA enrollment. Currently, it's at 526. It's lower than the CBETS number currently, so our CBETS number was 533. We are projecting conservatively for 23-24 of 510. And then kind of flattening out. Here's your ADA to enrollment over time. So this school is about 89%, but it's been as high as 94, 95. And it's just been harder with the COVID absences, et cetera, to kind of get those number, the attendance to enrollment back up. So that's what's affecting that. GIS, CBETS number was 577. We're projecting out the same as last year. This year CBETS, our current enrollment as of March 10th is 588. And here's your ADA to enrollment over time. The school's maintained a 93%. It has dropped a little bit since our COVID time. But again, like I said, COVID has impacted. You know, I think even in employment, right? People get sick or don't come in, stay home. So that's, you know, that's happening everywhere, not just at work. So here's Epic. Epic had a significant increase from prior year. Their CBEDs were at 374, and that's outgoing the same at flat over the next 3 years. Epic's current enrollment to date, as of March 10th, is 389. So we're doing good. Here's our ADA to enrollment over time. They're maintaining a 92%, almost 93% ADA to enrollment number. And then our very last school I'm going to go over for enrollment is South Elk Grove. And currently, I don't think this number is right. So our CBED number is 360. Enrollment here says 423.
That's 100% right.
Okay, wait, we're still budgeting conservatively for the future for adopted budget. 423, 67 of those being students for the middle school.
And that's a big piece of it. We did not have middle school in Elk Grove last year, but we kept on in the spring having students come and ask. And once you see a pattern, our mission is to serve. So we said, let's figure it out. And from June, July to now, almost 70 middle schoolers, which is why that number's just booming.
Significantly
Yeah.
higher.
Are they in the same complex then? Middle school?
Yeah, it's all squeezed into the same
Wow.
space right now, and I've got a facilities update for you on that coming in just a little bit.
Oh, yeah, you go. So,
All right.
Pre-COVID, that site was hard to get to even 300.
Yeah, I know. We had a lot of
Yep.
empty space, yeah.
So our 88 to enrollment numbers. Over time. Maintaining a 97% attendance to enrollment rate here. Okay. So that was it for enrollment in ADA. We're gonna move on to multi-year assumptions and then go over the multi-year per site. So some of the assumptions is our CPI. Well, I'll start with the COLA up at the top. So our COLA is projected to be 8.13 for 23-24. Again, we'll see what happens in May. 24-25 is 3.54. Our lottery mandated costs, again, those are just things that are on the assumptions. Salary increase second column of 2.5. We have economic uncertainty of 3 to 5%. We actually maintain a 5% across all our sites. Our leases, we increase 3% every year. California CPI stands for Consumer Price Index. We talked about that a little bit. Those are the assumption numbers for that. And then again, the retirement, the unemployment, work comp, all the mandatory benefits associated with building our budget. So these are our numbers as of second interim. So you saw the long form of the MYP, but I'll kind of go over each one. And I split these up into unrestricted and restricted, so you can kind of see the difference of where we're seeing the loss of that one-time money, right? So I'm going to start down here with the restricted side on the left-hand side. You see that between the years 23, 24, and 24, 25, you see a significant drop. Well, you see a significant drop in revenue just going into the next year and then the following year. Your 24, 25 year for most of these sites are all, this is just your ongoing restricted dollars, right? So here we can see how much of 4.4 just for this particular site of one-time money that they're receiving and how much different that is from your 24, 25 year. Right, that's the cliff that everybody talks about, right? So we do also have, like I said, those block grants are going to be recorded in this current year. So you see the ending net assets or the ending fund balance is going to be 1.2 million for this site. That rolls over into the next year for spending. We're assuming that the spending, there's going to be some decreases there. There's about $1 million decrease there to be able to sustain whatever's left in the restricted side of the house. If you look up at the top on the unrestricted side, you see a different trend, right? Where your revenue is increasing slightly by COLA, but you see your expenditures are also increasing to offset some of this, right? Some of these decreases you can see up in your expenditure line of, about 1.2 million increase on the 23-24 year on the expense side. Okay, and then moving on to the 24-25 year, then we're just trying to live within our means. And you see that the expenditure side of 24-25 on the unrestricted side is also gone up. So this is assuming we try to maintain as much of restricted position as possible to not impact student. But we'll talk a little bit more about how potential salary increases could affect these numbers. So these are just numbers as of second interim, just as you have an idea of what's happening to our sites on the multi-year. I think these slides kind of separating restricted and unrestricted really give you a snapshot of what's happening with the one-time money and how it's going to fall off, right? You see the same pattern on all the slides, right? You see huge revenues in the 22-23 year, and then you see them drop out to the 24-25. What saves us is the ending fund balances that get carried over to help us sustain. This particular site will roll over still into the 24-25, about 861. And that's really the ELOC, which Dr. Gold will emphasize more on, which we do have the spending deadlines. They have about 2-year spending deadlines, which will go over. But that one's rolling over. Since the size of the school is so large, they have a lot of money, right? So that will roll over, and then there's more, but you see significant cuts on the expense line. A lot of these are salaries, right? About half of it is salaries. And then on the top, on the unrestricted side, you see the increases. Slight increase in 23-24, and then a significant increase in the 24-25 year. To try to mitigate some of the one-time loss. Okay, here's futures. Futures has a lot of money. Having a new administrator in place is really helping kind of start using some of these resources effectively. So we see a drop of about 1.3 million in that third year out in your restricted side of the house. But then you also see an increase of about 1.4 in that 23-24 year in expenses. And so they actually will not see much cuts if they maintain their positions the way they are currently. And that's just because, you know, with the change in administration and just the spending and being strategic on how they're going to spend their dollars, has slowed down their spending, unlike other sites you'll see. So here's Sava Twin Rivers, the North Market. And again, you see a decrease of about 400,000 in the first year in expenditures, and then a future 1 million more in that third year out. So that's a significant drop also. On the other end, you don't see, we have about 900,000 that's going to get increased. So if you're decreasing about 1.4 and only adding about 1, there's going to be some cuts, right? Here's Sava Sac City, or this campus, beautiful campus we're at. So again, the revenue drop in the restricted side of the house, that's the loss of one-time money. You see the expenses also dropping. And then on your unrestricted side of the house, you see those increasing, but the level of decrease to the level increase is significantly different, right? You have about 1.1 decrease in this first year, an additional 1.8 decrease in the next year in 23-24 to 24-25. But then you see only about a 1.2 increase from 23-24 to 24-25 in your unrestricted side of the house. So there's going to be cuts, right, that need to be made. A lot of the Savas have CTE dollars that also drop down. So this one looks a little bit different than the other ones because of our CTE dollars. We cannot budget our CTE dollars until we apply and we are awarded those dollars. So we have to decrease those expenditures on top of the one-time cliff. So that's what you're seeing with this particular site. Okay. Oh, the other thing I wanted to point out is expenditures from 22-23 to 23-24. Some of that is also you see that it decreases when we have CPI increases, et cetera, and maybe some of the restricted going into there. We have the drop of the power and expansion, this particular project that's being dropped out of that budget. So the next one is HLA. So again, we're seeing drop in revenue on our restricted side. On our third year out from 23-24 to 24-25 in expenditures, we're seeing a $1.5 million decrease. And about $1 million increase from 23-24 and 24-25 and on the unrestricted side of the house. So again, our decreases are higher than our increases, right? So there is cuts coming because of the loss of that money. GIS, again, revenue coming down. Expenditures coming down, and then you see an increase in expenditures on, the unrestricted side of the house. The revenues are going up just by COLA, right, because we're projecting flat for most of them for the exception of COA. But again, same thing, we're seeing the same thing, 1.2 cut in restricted, 1 million increase, that's a $200,000 cut. Okay. So, Epic, we're seeing, similar, but we're seeing, a significant, drop in again, in the third year out. There's gonna be a little bit of, cuts here, you have about a $300, difference there from 22 to 23, 24. And then about another 800,000 in the next year. And then we have about 600 in total between the 2 years to absorb some of those cuts. So we have 1.1 decrease to 600,000 increase. Right. Oh, on too fast. Last school, Sava Elk Grove. We have about a $1.2 million decrease in your restricted side. 200 in the first year, about $1 million in the second year. On your unrestricted side, you'll have an increase in total about 900,000 in the next 2 years. And that's to absorb some of those one-time dollar losses. And yeah, that's kind of where we're at with a multi-year.
You know, Meyer, if I could just kind of interject with our multi-year. This is a conversation that we're having ongoing with our principals, with our admins. So none of this is a surprise to them, that they know that we have a cliff coming and there will have to be adjustments. And so that is something, matter of fact, we'll have our next series of budget meetings next week. Next week. And again, that is very prevalent as part of our conversation. Omira goes through the multi-year so that they understand really what the next few years look.
Are you getting pushback?
I wouldn't say we've gotten any pushback. I think everyone understands that these were one-time dollars that, quite honestly, we maximize.
I can be principals and I give you pushback for cutting their budgets. I don't
No, I
understand.
think
No,
they have a full understanding, and we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, which is spending these one-time dollars, right? So we're asking them, there's deadlines. If we don't spend it, right,
Yeah,
we need to. And so they're being strategic on, you'll see some of them coming through, like buying a lot of Chromebooks and updating some of these things that we really need to sustain us for the next few years when we won't have access to all these one-time
And not
monies.
putting it down.
because again, right, it's that thought of how do we maximize the one-time dollars, yet we're being very transparent with our administrators
yeah.
that there's a cliff coming and we have to be aware of that, so.
And then, like I said, about 50% of it, we've done a little bit of analysis on what is made up of this one-time money. About 50% of it is supplies and services. Therefore, that's where we're gonna look at first, right? We're gonna see what were our pre-COVID expenses before this one-time money. Add CPI to all these expenditure lines and see kind of ballpark where they need to be back to that time frame, so they can keep as much positions as they can and maybe cut in other places where it's low hanging fruit.
Well, all I know is, having been there, it will be filled. They've been spending it and you get used to it.
Yeah.
And the staff gets used to it.
Yeah,
And so
so it's gonna be impactful.
it is
They're
going to
gonna
be,
feel it.
well,
Yes,
One other thing we need to keep in the back of our mind, and your last slide is a good example of it. When you look at the restricted area, you see these big drop-offs. When you look at the unrestricted, they have more in net ending assets than they do in operating budget. So.
yeah, and I'll talk a little
coming-
bit about that
Yeah,
in the next slide.
Coming back to the notice, we're not a bank, you know. And there needs to be a plan over time and lowering some of those unrestricted balances to a more reasonable level and get that money into the educational programs to offset some of the other cuts. Now, you obviously you can't drop that money into ongoing expenditures. Over time, but you can certainly use it to offset drops in some of the one-time expenditures over a period of time. Any school district would love to have an ending balance that's equal to their
Yes.
annual
I was
operating
gonna say,
fee, but there's a level that's reasonable.
Yes,
And I think we need to really look at that and put a plan in place that allows a buffer for some of the hard times.
and that's a perfect segue
Yep.
to the next slide.
To the next slide.
He-
Thank you for teeing that up.
So our reserves, what is a reserve? It's a reserve portion of the net assets fund balance that is designated to stabilize and nonprofits finances for unexpected cash flow shortages, expenses, or losses. Reserves should not be used to make up for income shortfalls unless the organization has a plan to replace the income or reduce expenses in the near future. In short, reserves should be used for solve timing problems, not deficit problems. So we can't fund this forever, right? If we decide to use one-time dollars to buffer some of these sites that are gonna see. My goal would be to get them on track, on time. But it could be used for short-term solutions, but it shouldn't be to address structural deficits, right? We have operating. So cushion against unexpected events, loss of enrollment or revenue. So we're budgeting our adopted budget. If there's a loss in revenue or enrollment, that could be used for this. An emergency, a legal situation, or revenues not received on time. So with the governors having such a huge shortfall, we potentially could see deferrals, right? So that's kind of what the reserves are meant for. Some special building and repair replacement, seed funding for expansion, new programs, textbook, technology, and equipment. So I really want to point out the building repair replacement, seed funding for expansion and new programs. So some of the reserves were used to expand this building here. We wouldn't have enough money to do something as big as this if we didn't have the reserves that we have. COA has a lot of needs, right? So just thinking about purchasing buildings, renovating. So we have the outfit expense, right? That building. Those are kind of things that we're going to use the reserves for, right? There are large reserves. We're currently having facility planning, long-term planning to kind of figure out what are the site's facility needs. And what do we need to do to ensure, do we see growth at that site? Are we looking at potential growth? And so Maureen will speak more on that shortly, I'm sure. Okay. Outside of LEA control, so there is a component of non-spendables. So things we hold in the revolving account, endowments, prepaids, etc. So at the end of the year, you usually see that. And at the adopted budget, restricted unspent state grants. So all those beginning balances that you saw, here, let me take you back to that slide. Oops, I went forward, not backwards. For this particular side, so all these here, where there's an ending balance, that's your restricted ending balance. So that is your unspent state grant. So that's part of that balance, right? Is your unspent state grants. Committed can be used for any purpose designated by the board. So we use our facility as a committed facility acquisition, maintenance, and construction. So you see that line item in your SACS reports on your Fund 01s. You should be able to see that in your designations on where we set that money there. And then you have your assigned, and we have a line called the reserve for sustainability. And then unassigned, we have your reserve for economic uncertainty. Okay. And then this is just kind of what I talked about. This is our goal, is to always have 15% in facility acquisition, construction, and maintenance. 10% always for reserve for sustainability. 5% for our economic uncertainty. If any site has more than 30, it's placed in the facility acquisition, construction and maintenance line item. Okay, just to give you an idea. They didn't put numbers up here, but we have about of our unrestricted general fund, we have about 53.8%. So take away 30% of that, you have about 23% of basically unassigned above these numbers, right? But this costs a lot, right? Because it costs more than 15% to do this project, yeah. Definitely. So
Board restricted reserves are very good. We need to.
Yeah.
Make sure we keep that for future growth.
exactly. So that's kind of where I'm taking this conversation. We don't apply for bonds. We don't go out what districts
Yeah,
do.
right.
We don't
And
have
so
a
we-
choice
Yeah.
in doing that.
Yeah, we
Facility and
have to,
acquisition line. That's just to kind of give you an idea of what kind of things we use for this, for these dollars.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Mr. Sam.
Can I, before that he does, can I ask him some questions
I'm
about?
gonna say, questions for Omar.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, questions for me first.
just a couple of observations. It's fascinating that the state is looking to cut the COLA at the time when we're going through this period of inflation. I don't know what universe they're living in, but that's a degree of just creating mayhem throughout the educational system. The comment on the minimum wage, which I strongly support, and it's probably not even high enough, but that pushes everything up. So you have to, I'm sure you're well aware of this, you then have to build into all that separation between all of the steps that you have.
Yeah, and I think we've done that. I think was it last year, the last time we did that, and we rolled out to the rest of the concurrent salary schedule placements.
And again, on higher learning, you were not around, but we were really concerned, a lot of hand wringing that we would not get the growth when we moved to the new campus, and it's a gift that keeps on giving. That is, and I assume we've maxed out those facilities at higher learning that we added last year.
We have.
And that's a very plus, which again, back to our facilities and so forth, I would just say for future planning, it shows that if we can offer a nice facility, well-staffed, in a good location, we're likely to draw a student population.
Yes.
I think that is just going to be one of our mantras as we go forward. I would really promote that. I know you're going to cover ELOP, but it just jumps out at you that COA has $3 million to spend in it for, I don't know exactly what, but I'll be fascinated to find out where they're planning to put that type of money. And we already talked about the loss of the one-time money, but thank you. It was a very in-depth and very insightful budget presentation.
Any other questions, comments?
I do have one, and it goes back to the art, music, instructional material block grant. And under one area, allowable expenses, and they talked about 80% must be spent on staff. Is that just staff that is purchased for teaching the art, the music, and what have you, not general staff?
It's for, so you could have teachers above the student ratio, so teachers, you can have parent educators that are doing mentoring. So it's not really specific art and music, it's the
Okay.
5 categories of borrow the clicker.
It's way back, I don't have a page. But it was under the art, music, instruction materials block grant. I should have asked then.
I'm close.
You close right there. And then
So these are the 5 allowable expenditures. So when they define arts, music, and instructional block grant, it's these 5 here, right here.
yeah,
5.
that's what it is.
So these 5
80%.
bullets can be in any of these components. So like operational costs, let's say we wanted to, Trustee Block mentioned, HLA and custodial needs, right? So if we decided that we want to use a custodian there, it's an operational cost.
Oh,
And it, right? So it's any, and it could be related to COVID, right? Because they want to keep it clean and sanitary, right? So as long as it meets any of these 5 bullets,
okay.
then it can be used.
And it said it must be
So-
spent on staff 80% of
Yes.
it.
The one that's more restricted for student instruction is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So this one has a very specific instruction for credit deficiency, integrated support for students, increase or stabilize instructional time, and then the staff to student pupil ratio. So this would be like class sizes, right? Making sure we have smaller class sizes to be able to give that one-on-one attention to our students. You're welcome. Any other questions?
I was looking at, I didn't quite understand, unduplicated and the ELOP program.
What page?
Must offer program to all unduplicated students in grade PK6.
Pages.
Oh, was it a TK one?
Yeah, so what it is so if you have a UPP over 75%, which all of our schools do except for Epic, it says we must, starting next year, offer it to every single student, whether they're a UPP student or not. So all students and any student who wants to take advantage of the program, we must serve that student so that we cannot have a waiting list or we will face penalties. We don't know what those penalties are yet because they haven't come out with the auditing guidelines. If we're less than 75%, such as Epic, they only have to offer it to all their UPP students, and then they have to accept all their UPP students. So if they're not an unduplicated student, they can be set on a wait list. We don't necessarily have to serve that student.
And then unduplicated students is English learner, foster youth, free and reduced.
Homeless, foster, free, and reduced. So if they don't meet one of those criteria at Epic, it's okay for us to have them on a wait list. If they do meet that criteria, then we need to serve them. They can't be on the wait list. All of our other school sites, we won't be able to have one.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, let me get you back to work.
All right. Thank
And
you,
salaries, yeah.
Elmira. So on the heels of kind of talking about the budget, want to talk a little bit about our salary increase proposal. Later on in today's agenda, you're going to have the opportunity board to approve our new salary schedule. But we want to take a little bit of time to walk you through some of the changes and what we made. First of all, I want to, you'll hear me say this multiple times, just really affirm the team. Elmira and Laura, they were subject to 2 4-hour meetings with me going through this, and so definitely want to affirm them all the way up until Friday night, probably around 8 o'clock, still working on it. But great job. Want to affirm Maury and Heather, who also did a lot of work just trying to figure out different scenarios that would work now, and also scenarios that we should be looking at in the future as we continue to grow and develop. So what I want to do is just walk the board through obviously where we've been, what's our proposal, and ultimately the fiscal impact of this proposal. One of the things I looked at, and I asked Laura to pull this information for me, is what we've done over the last 3 years and then now the 4th year. So for our classified staff, over the course of 4 years, we would have given them a 13% increase in salaries. For our certificated staff, 13.5%. For our classified management, 9.5%. And for our certificated management, 9.5%. The board may also remember that over the course of the last 2 years, you utilized some of those one-time dollars to give one-time stipends to our staff. Totaling 4.5% that have been off the salary schedule stipends. When you take that total package of everything that we just shared, it means that our classified staff over the course of the last 4 years with this year's proposal would have received 17.5%, our certificated staff 18%, classified management 13.5%, certificated management 13.5%. I will tell you, those numbers are on par and even in some cases excel some of our local districts. Twin Rivers negotiated a 3-year 18% for their certificated staff. We're at 4 years, 18%. So a lot of these things we looked at to see how we could remain competitive within not only the charter sector, but also within the traditional public sector. So for this year, our proposal will be that certificated staff, our teachers, specialists, et cetera, would receive a 7% raise, classified, and I say 7 up to 7%, classified 6.5, certificated and classified management 3%. And really, these numbers were based on a review of our local districts, charter school salaries to ensure that we were competitive, including that there are some positions that will receive a larger percentage of a raise to ensure that they move into a more competitive. I will tell you, we won't max out to match dollar for our districts surrounding us, but we really have been close. Some of the districts, and this was a lot of work of Maury and Heather to pull this information. We looked at some of our local charter school entities. We looked at districts up in Placer County. We looked at our authorizing districts, including Washington Unified for West Sac, just to again see where our staff kind of lives in. The other area that board you have done over the course of the last few years, and in one of our kind of research, I was speaking with someone from our statewide charter school association about these two last points that we do that a number of charter schools do not. And that's one, we cover for an employee only, 4 of our 6 health plans will cover 100%. For a employee and their spouse, 2 of our 6 health plans covers 100%. For our employees and children, 2 of our health plans cover 100%, and that includes dental and vision. And then for an employee and their entire family, we cover at least one of our plans 100%. That by itself is one of the really huge benefits that we offer. And so part of our work as a team, as a cabinet team, is to be able to articulate really what we have done over the course of the last 4 years to be competitive. Finally, and Elmira covered those wonderful numbers. While SPERS is flat, PERS people keep kind of costing us more. That's all right. We do offer that. A number of charter schools offer 401s, and we are again offering something that a lot doesn't. So Myra, you want to talk about the fiscal impact of this proposal of the 6.573 and 3?
Yeah, so there was significant changes to our salary schedules. So I grouped it by the different type of certificated salaries and applied the increases accordingly, classified. And then at the very bottom, you have your statutory increases, which is what is the change between this year and next year of PERS, your step and column, your unemployment, that was a savings, your CPI increase and your health and welfare increases. So that's just kind of a broad perspective of what we're anticipating. Obviously, this is an estimate of what we believe our fiscal impact will be.
And one of the things that, I'm sorry, Bruce.
Is the statutory increase number included in the higher
Multi-year?
number? Or is it an addition?
No,
to-
it's an addition.
Okay.
It's an additional number.
Okay.
This is just the top end is just
Salaries and benefits
the
are
salary scheduling changes.
So it'll be those two numbers.
Okay,
combined.
combined.
It's the impact. One of the other things that we did with our salary schedule, if you remember last year, board, we extended our schedule to take it out to step 20. We also eliminated the 3-year bands and replaced it with 2-year bands. This year, Maury did a really good job of mapping out us doing what we call smoothing our schedule, because we had these little weird, this year you got this much of a percent, that year you got this. So we actually have a more consistent percentage step and column from year to year. It's gonna do miracles to help Omira and her team know from year to year what to expect. So really, I think our salary schedule is stronger, but yet more work to be done.
Why was that choppy?
So it was just as we grew as an organization. So we started out as an organization and we went to step 5. And then we start saying, well, we're losing people at 5, so we'll give them a
Yeah.
8% raise. So
I
we
see. Okay.
we did that. And then 2 years later, we said, we'll give them 6%.
And we had a merit
And we, that's
component
exactly,
built in, so
So that
it
makes
was,
it-
and so you could get the merit, the person next to you didn't, and it'd
Right.
be a differential and.
and then when we had to get rid of that, we had to
Yeah.
even everyone out. So it was just, I call it, it was 20 years of quilt making.
Yeah.
And we just added a square each year.
The idea was good.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
But it made it difficult when, you're looking at just wanting to, offer,
Yeah.
say, 6.5% to everyone,
Right.
because it's just very
Well, it was,
inconsistent.
it was one of those things that when there was no shortage of teachers. And you could, the world has
Yeah.
really changed. I have a question for whoever personnel, I guess. The SACB had an article about, districts going out to job fairs just this week. My question is, what really attracts teachers? Now, you kind of hit on the benefits. The salary is obviously one. Is there something we're missing in this? We can't get housing, I guess, but that's one of the
tell
things
you.
in our area, that's a big deal.
Absolutely. And I will tell you, Laura and her team have already started the round of job fairs. We are really driving home the retirement and the benefits
Okay,
and the fact that we really are competitive. Plus the environment. So you have smaller class sizes, you have much more
good.
autonomy in terms of the
Small
the work
class.
that you're doing. Yeah, so
And the amount
We're
of support,
highlighting.
so the amount of
And
support that
programs.
sites get, like, is unmatched compared to traditional districts. We have the parent liaisons, we have the student support specialists, we have the paraprofessionals. And then from just coming from traditional 3 years ago, I had told them, I said, well, I still get people who say, I can't believe you gave up your retirement to go to a charter, because again, a lot of charters don't offer CalPERS and STIRS, and then we paid significantly more for health and benefits. So, the discussion was, we really need to highlight and dispel that myth that, hey, we are CalPERS and STIRS, you're not
Sure.
giving that up if you come to us. In fact, you're gonna gain so much more,
Yeah.
more,
but it's educating them.
We've also started to pick up more applicants since January in our alternative settings. And that's another big piece, that just the type of programs we offer, a lot of teachers
It
are
doesn't have
burnt
to
out.
be in the classroom.
Right, a lot of teachers are burnt out of the traditional school system and their setup. And they hear about ours and go, I want that.
And they're leaving the traditional settings.
Yep.
They're saying, I read an article in our paper, in the V, I think it was.
It's-
A few weeks ago, saying, we're just tired of it. We gotta find something else to do, and some of them don't even know what they're doing, but
Right.
they're leaving teaching.
It's just like
because-
middle school students.
Yeah.
They're coming, they want something different.
You might also want to pick up the number of teachers that have been with us for a number of years. That's a good selling point, because that shows that it's a nice place to work and people stay.
well,
I don't know what that number is, but do we have anyone at 20 years?
we do.
Yeah.
We do, so, and that's information that, matter of fact, even yesterday.
Yes.
Board President Campbell and myself were sharing with the IB committee, the evaluators, just the retention of that
Yes.
site
Right.
staff. GIS has one of our highest staff retention numbers. And people always say, well, IB is too hard, there's no way that teachers want to work in that environment, yet that school is managed to retain teachers at a higher level than most schools in the county.
Okay,
And so again, it goes to all of those things that we just talked about, those supports. So I agree with you, it's something that we'll continue to highlight. So board, you'll be asked to approve
Yes,
the salary schedule, I believe, later on in our regular
and
business.
that's in the consent agenda item, so if you have any questions, more questions for please ask them now, so.
oh, well, are the classified managers and certificated managers, they're aware of this salary schedule?
So we want to present it to the board first, and then we have a admin meeting this week in which I will shared this information, as well as we have an executive cabinet meeting where I'll share that information with our classified managers.
Go forth and do good work.
Yes, absolutely. Again, I'm really proud, and I have to say this, I'm proud of what you as a board have done over the course of the last 4 years. When you look at what we've done for our staff over those 4 years, it sometimes doesn't feel like a lot, but when you put it together, you really see very clearly that we have worked hard to move to be in a very competitive organization. So I do appreciate your
Good.
leadership.
I guess
And-
Dr. Heather just gave us that, when she's talking to other people about what we do and how we do it. That's a testimony in itself that we're doing something right. For her to leave and come here with us, it has to prove that we're okay.
And Elmira said we can afford it all. That was
Well,
our,
I have to
in the out years, so.
Overall, what a nice presentation.
Yeah,
And
very
I-
nice, very complete.
Really in depth and just. Again, growth is good.
Yeah.
All right, so we have So
Well,
this was Elmira's thing, but can I, well, go ahead, Elmira.
No, you go ahead.
All right, so definitely want to affirm and thank our entire business services team. Obviously, our CBO, Elmira, our Director of Business Services, Valerie Rogers, Fiscal Supervisors, Yvonne Gracier and Lillian Matu. And then our new budget analyst, who's been with us a month and a half, a month,
Probably about a month.
Yeah.
about a month, Cindy Panapar. Okay. And then we continue to stay in really good relations and connections with Aaron Thornsberry, who's served as a contractor on some of our projects. So again, want to affirm this very capable team.
I just want to affirm Aaron too, if he's watching, but he helped us on our second interim budget with one of our sites. So as you well know, we had 2 analysts out. And so it was picked up by administrators and Aaron was gracious to help us at least with one. So on top of his own work, I'm sure he has lots of work too. So.
All right, so before lunch, we're the only thing standing between you and lunch. So I think we're gonna knock out one other quick item, which is our ELOP. So Elmira shared with you a number of dollars that we are receiving for our ELOP programs. I know the board has kind of questioned multiple times some of the contracts that we send through for various vendors around our ELOP program. So what we thought we would do for a few minutes is to give you a comprehensive picture. This is, as Elmira shared, this is the millions of dollars that we're receiving, but here is the plan that we are executing to ensure that these dollars are being spent well and serving our students. So it's a little bit of kind of giving you some context to the dollars and the contracts.
She gets to tell you how much, and I gotta tell you how we're gonna spend it. I think that's the best part, right? Is how to get to spend money. Now, I dive deep in ELOP, or what I like to call ELOP, and a lot of people do. CDE doesn't like that we call it ELOP. They like the ELOP, but we've all grabbed the bull by the horns and ran with it, so they don't have too much of a choice. So as Elmira touched on, as you guys know, that ELOP is to really extend the learning, and the focus for it is, it can be before or after school, but the focus really should be on enrichment programs. So the goal is not to just replicate what the classroom environment looks like during the typical instructional day. So they've really emphasized to provide students for opportunities that they otherwise would not receive. And that's why the focus is on UPP, right? So really getting students to go on field trips, to experience things that they otherwise may not have the ability to go and do with their families. So I just really want you guys to have that context. So when we see vendors coming through, or we're seeing a lot of field trips, and it's really because we're trying to create those experiences for our students. They also really encourage community partnerships. So they want us going out and seeking these partnerships within our community so that they can offer these experiences for our students. Now, the one exciting part is, and we've done a lot of research on this, is you see this here at the bottom, says that it doesn't say you can't, you can. Believe it or not, that is the motto for the ELOP program, right? And so anytime that I have emailed the state, or I'm on the emails with in meetings or talking to the state, They always respond with the same exact verbiage every single time, which is the California Department of Education is not approving or denying individual LE requests for allowable expenditures. All expenditures should be consistent with the statute and the LEA's ELOP program plan, which is approved by the governing board in a public meeting and posted on the LEA's website. So that is the statement we get every single time. And so we check with our auditors, check with the state, have it in black and white. We can use this funding for capital expenditures. So that is some of our plans, is to really look at for COA, helping to split fund and pay for our expansion to the new CalFed building. So I crunched the numbers and looked at, because the requirements for ELOP are 9-hour days, right? And so for all of our sites, that's 3 hours past the instructional day. And then on Fridays, because we're out early, it's actually more around 6 hours a day. And then the requirement is we have to have 30 non-instructional days that are not, so during intersession and summer, that are 9-hour days, right? And then for charters, because we serve in our charter, we choose to do 180 school days. They allow us to use those additional 5 days, because it's 175 days required by state to count towards our program. So when I did the math, it's about 50% of our time our students spend in the after school program and 50% in the instruction. So we feel comfortable, and our auditors, Mr. Elliott reached out to our auditors, approved that we can go ahead and use this for capital expenditures. So we're going to be looking at split funding some of these bigger projects. So for example, at Epic, something that is a real need is a bathroom facility outside next to the playground. Well, we use that playground all the time and after school. So we're going to be looking at split funding that project. We have quotes in the works right now that I know Mr. Elliott will talk about later, as well as some expansion of fields at HLA and a bathroom as well at HLA. At GIS, we're looking at some potential additional modulars to help, because they're running out of room and space there.
Yeah.
And in fact, we're looking at potentially purchasing 1 to 2 fully with the ELOP funding, because it will be dedicated space for the after school program. So again, just really wanted to emphasize what we can use this money for, because it is a substantial amount for some of our schools. There is talk potentially that they may go to changing the funding for how many students that actually attend the program. But again, we don't have auditing guidelines out for that. Right now, it's still funded based on the ADA of the school. So at COA, we serve, say, 350 students in the after school program, but we're receiving funding for all TK through 6th grade students, because the program only goes TK through 6.
How much will it save us on the expansion for COA by using it for facilities, do you know?
We have not yet received the final bid for the TI component of the project, so that's hard to answer,
Okay.
but a lot of what we're using could be.
It needs a lot, it needs a lot of
to-
work,
Up to 50% of what we do could
So it could be
feasibly
a
be
couple
used.
dollars.
easily,
Easily.
yeah.
Easily. And just some new things as we had talked about. So starting next year, we must offer to all students, right? So that means that we are doing our due diligence to really advertise. It's not supposed to be a one and done. It's to really inform our families of this opportunity. No wait list will face penalties, and then also transportation offered for off-campus programs. So this is new. So for example, Epic partners with YMCA. So we have to offer transportation from Epic to YMCA, even though it's only like a mile down the road, and parents can opt out, but we at least have to show that we made that offer for them. So looking at the budget, just to give you an idea. So year 1, 21-22 was the startup year. We received our funding very late. We didn't know exactly how much funding we were going to receive. And the goal was really just to start building the program. So you'll actually see we were awarded 2.3 million approximately, and we only spent about $500,000. So that left us with about $1.8 million in carryover to spend this year. Plus we got this year's award of almost $5 million. So just this year, across our seat-based schools, we had approximately almost $6.8 million to be able to use. They did just let us know that, as Omira said, that you have 2 years to use the funds. So our carryover from 21-22, we need to be able to expend, right, by June of 23, which we are on track doing that. You have seen probably a lot of vendor stuff come through, right?
Yeah.
We're really building our program, right? We're buying all this really cool technology and gadgets to get this program where we want to be. Then you'll see for the 22-23 school year, so like I said, almost 8 million. Our expenses were running at about 4.9 because we are buying some of those one-time furnitures. And so we have a little bit more expense this year. We're anticipating right now approximately 1.8, almost 1.9 carryover, which will be then added to our award for next year, which is approximately 5.3 for a total of about $7.2 million going into next year.
Yeah.
And again, just for after school. Epic is our only school right now that offers before school. They offer a 6 to 6. And also this is in addition to our ACES funding. So ACES funding is not as much as a couple $100,000, and we do have a 30% contribution match on that, but we're allowed to use the ELOC funding for the 30% contribution match. And so we are also being strategic in when we purchase certain things, like we just bought these really cool, you saw them come across your the board. It's called from Kid Jumpstart. They're TK Sand, digital TK Sand kits that are 3D. You guys have to come and play with them. They're so much fun. But we can split fund those because we use them also in the after school program. Right. And so that's how we're being creative with some of these monies that are one time that we're losing. We can start split funding some of these materials and supplies. ACES is not like that. So ACES funding is a lot more restrictive in uses. If it's bought for after school, it's only supposed to be used for after school. So typically we expend our ACES funding on personnel, and that pretty much depletes it. And then we focus our ELOC funding on all the materials and supplies because it's less restrictive. And then these are just a few pictures from our after school program. I'm really providing those opportunities and field trips. I told board members, hey, let's go to a Giants game. You know, usually that's a lot, it's hard to spend taxpayer dollars on that during the instructional day. For after school, those are the opportunities we're wanting to provide for our students. And I just really this is one of the digital Kid Jump things. They're playing digital soccer during a rainy day in the gym. And I just really want to affirm our schools, and Director Joy DeCoy, who's really helped to support this program this year, and being able to provide these wonderful enrichment opportunities for our students. It's pretty phenomenal to see what we're offering.
So if it isn't prohibited, it's probably something you could do. So we could contract with a local golf driving range and take the students there.
100%.
Or we could have a rival team and they could participate in marksmanship and so forth.
Yes, pretty much the sky literally is.
I would just get the bus float. Yeah, I assume if they do the driving range, they can play on the golf course. So
yeah,
that's an interesting. Yeah.
So if it doesn't say you can't, you
You
can't.
can, and like I said, I've tried to put so many curveballs out there, and every single they go back to. We are not going to approve or deny anything that the LEA wants, as long as it's that they say it's best
approved.
practice to split fund it, and it should be for enrichment for after schools.
And again, we felt that this was important to give the board context so that it helps you understand a little bit of the contracts that kind of keep coming through.
Yeah.
That this is the funding source and this is the flexibility with it.
Yeah, and that encouragement for community partnerships, right? I mean, if it's $300,000, like, oh my gosh, that is a lot of money, and it is a lot of money.
Yeah.
But they have the funding, and that is the intent of the program.
Well, that's a very excellent point you made about being able to use it for capital and facilities, and that that's very, very insightful.
Yeah, a fun thing is Dr. McCormick she calls me the ELOP expert, which I by no means am, but I was on her school site council call the other day, and they wanted to know if they could do it for 4-H, right, on Saturdays. Well, it's a Saturday, yeah, it's not instructional, it's 4-H, yeah, buy the lambs.
Expanded learning, that's what it is.
Any other questions or comments?
Is there any talk of this program being in the chopping block because of or is
The
it?
budget.
No, it's part of the whole UPK package deal of expanding from early childhood to after school. Like I said, there may be reductions, potentially them not funding it based off of every single student ADA, but we haven't heard any more on that.
And this is really a state program, so as long as our governor's in place, I mean, you could have different.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and we'll talk about this later on in the legislative section part of this. This is I don't want to say a pet project, but it's a pet project of the governor's. Now, as we always know, when the governor leaves and maybe runs for something else, it depends on what that next governor feels is a priority. That same thing applies to the community school grants. All of these are really major projects of his that we'll see if they're sustainable in the state.
I went to the leadership, women's leadership at, where were we? COA. And I was looking at the young ladies there, in one of the pictures. And I thought, that's where that after-school money is going. That ELOC money is, because it had some great art programs and the kids performed just beautifully.
Gymnastics, martial arts, like
Yes.
things that parents typically, or even me as a child, like my mom couldn't put me in, right?
Exactly.
Now you actually can do martial arts, you can do gymnastics, you can do music, right? Right there within the school.
Within the school.
Yeah.
And it shows that it's being very well used.
So with that, I think, Deputy, we are.
That's my.
Yeah, so I will say we had one more, but we're gonna move this next contract session to after lunch. So we're going to, Madam President and members, take a recess for our designated lunch break.
Excellent, because I was smelling food. I'm thinking, okay now.
All right, thank you. The board is back from their lunch recess. Definitely want to take this opportunity to publicly affirm and thank Melissa for really a wonderful job of our food and our breakfast and our lunch and all of the nice amenities. So thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have three of our directors and members of our executive cabinet group. Dr. Eric Crawford, who is our Director of Special Education and Student Services, Director Joy Takoy, who is our Director of Academics, and Director Sergey Terekov, who is our Director of School Parent and Governmental Relations, who are going to just give the board some brief updates on within their various areas. So with that being said, Director Terekov.
Thank you, Mr. Semple, and good afternoon, your board members, cabinet and leaders. So we'll start with the CBAC, Community Business and Advisory Council, and you're probably familiar with this group. You know, we really appreciate our friends and allies in the community that, you know, come and meet with us every quarter, and we give them updates on various schools and programs, as well as soliciting feedback, particularly as an example. The latest example was GCC Blueprint. So we got a very extensive interaction with this group and got a lot of good information. So every meeting, we're trying to highlight one of the schools and programs. So pretty much we go around and, you know, take turns and make a circle with all of our principals to come and present on this. And as you can see on the screen, we have a very good, diverse group of leaders, starting with Virginia Dixon, that she's been aware and been with us for many, many years. And I know a lot of our teachers went through her program. And then, of course, our own Mr. Block here, and you know, Commander Tom Jones from Aerospace Museum. More or less recent addition is Mr. Wiley from Villara, which is heating an air conditioning company that is based in McClellan, and they're partner up with Saw on some CPP programs. And we have McClellan Park, you know, we have several folks. I'm not gonna go and read the whole list, but we have pretty good sample of you know, of people there. And if you see on the picture, this is an in-person meeting. Now it's like pre-COVID. So unfortunately, this is not a recent, so let's say like 4 years ago. So we are actually planning to have our next meeting in person, and people are very excited about it. And so that will happen late spring this year. Next slide. And you know, GCC Foundation, once again, I mean, this is not new information for you, your board members. This is a helping arm, a separate 501c3 entity that was formed to fundraise and assist programs that are not funded by general fund and through our, you know, through our main GCC sources. You know, and the president, of course, is the superintendent, and then, you know, we have our own Mark Anderson as a board chair. Mr. Hom is our architect that we worked with for quite some time, so he's a vice chair, and so currently, I believe, you know, with the transition, so it will be Mr. Elliott will be replacing Jason. Am I correct? So and then we have our own Aaron Thornsberry, or formerly owned Aaron Thornsberry, that he did move to Yuba County, but we still have this wonderful relationship where he's helping us to be the treasurer on the foundation board. And then we have several folks from the community: Firuza Buran, Alex Ushikov, Sergey Vaniga, and Max Gonchar is our latest addition. So he is actually a former GCC student and former GCC employee. So one of the things to highlight, you know, we have done multiple grant development activities. The most recent ones is we have submitted an application with Mutual Assistance Network jointly to the city of Sac to support Firehouse Cafe, and that's for $100,000 if we get granted. And then the other one that we actually got granted very recently, it was McClatchy Foundation Books of Dreams, and that was $9,000 and change that we are planning to use for to support our refugee families. And then the Firehouse Cafe has been third year now since we have started this project, and that was actually a partnership with SMUD. So we did receive a SHINE grant, which is a very prestigious program with SMUD. And currently we have, I believe it's 2 days, Thursday and Friday and Saturday, that we have it open, and we have kids from CCCS, SAWA, and Futures High School that are helping and operating this and learning skills. This is a wonderful program where they learn customer service, cash handling, and skills how to operate the coffee cart and be a barista. There's also some elements of financial literacy included there. So it's a really awesome program. I think up to this point, we graduated roughly 15 students that went through the program. And then the other highlight is small grants distribution to teachers on school sites. So Mr. Anderson and other people that are connected to foundation know that we do provide small grants to our teachers and administrators, primarily to support advance and various programs in school trips. Typical amount is $500. We're trying to make it as easy as possible. Pretty much, unless this is not going along with the goals of foundation, all of those grants are getting approved. And thank you for those who are approving it. The other thing is like the school event sponsorship support. That would be another example. A lot of times school is doing a very specific community engagement or parent engagement activities, such as multicultural festival, parent night, or teacher appreciation event, and those are the resources that we're using from foundation to pay for those activities. And then athletic programs. So as you know that the annual gold tournament, 100% of proceeds are going toward athletic programs to support those activities. And fairly recent, we have added refugee support. And it's a variety of things, starting with backpacks, school supplies, sometimes it's food and clothing. So we provide a number of grocery carts that we just, purchase to Winco, because Winco is, one of the cheapest option. And we also have an option where like alcohol is excluded from that purchase, and making sure that they're buying good. So they're very thankful for that. And this is really working out really good. Of course, we're looking for more resources and working with other partners. As far as events, I know we had events and campaigns. So after COVID, we're slowly, gradually coming back. So we had our golf tournament very successfully back in September. So this year, actually, will be next school year, we're planning to have golf tournament and adding the dinner, whether it's going to be a crab feed or the sit down dinners. That's kind of our goal. And the benefit of having those is this is unrestricted funds that goes to foundation that we can use for our programs. So the newly arrived families, actually, even before the war started back in February of last year, we had increased flow of newcomers coming in, and primarily it was people that were seeking asylum from countries such as Russia, Belarus, Central Asian, former Soviet Union republics. So they were seeking asylum, coming here undocumented. So the most frequent route, they go to Mexico, they fly on the tourist visa, and then they get to Cancun or Mazatlan or some other the cool places, and then what they do is they go to Tijuana and then trying to close the border with others, with Central Americans and Mexican Americans that are seeking asylum. So we have seen in the last few years, we have seen approximately 10,000 of them coming into the greater Sacramento area and actually settling. So our schools are roughly, we have about 600 new students. And I specifically use term refugees or asylum seekers or new immigrants, because they're not all refugees legally. A lot of them are asylum seekers, but we serve them, they get service, all of them are getting service and enrolling their kids to school. And I think that's been very successful. And part of the benefit to them is the fact that we have built very robust program for English learners with certificated and a lot of classified staff that speak the language and we do understand the culture. And I think this is a great transition. Also, I have to mention that the parent liaison position that we have, I believe we have five, six, is solid. currently. I think this is actually been working out really good, because this are people that are in the front line, meeting them, helping them with resources, and most of the time they're able to connect with those folks and do not full scale wraparound services, but a lot of hand holding, not only with enrollment, but with other things. And the typical needs for those families are housing, particularly long-term housing, and then one-on-one assistance with food, school enrollment, proper documents, healthcare, wraparound services. Mental health is a big deal, actually. We're looking into submitting a grant to the state to apply for some resources to help our families that are experiencing very, very severe trauma, like going through the war or like being displaced. Even the ones that are not coming from the war zone, I mean, it's as a result of that, they experience trauma. And then, what are, like, obviously as a school, as a K-12 organization, we don't have capacity to provide all of those services, but we work very closely with our partners. And, we work very closely with Sac County Department of Human Assistance, resettlement agencies such as World Relief, IRC, and the International Rescue Committee, and others. The churches are a crucial partner too. Particularly, I'd like to highlight Spring of Life, or SOL Church in Orangeville. So not only we got a bunch of kids from that church that are attending and enrolled in our school, the senior pastors, children going there, but they're the #1 hub for refugees and asylums who come in Sacramento. So a great partner. Sacramento Food Bank, starting last year, we have food distribution to those families, whether it's a box or individualized referral to the Sac County Food Bank, but they do get this services. And of course, we're partnering up with ELICA and other clinics to make sure that they connected to healthcare and health resources. Thank you. And I'll touch very quickly on the marketing. So marketing is a very crucial component because we are not neighborhood school, so it's a school of choice. And yes, most of our families and students are coming as a result of word of mouth or someone who is happy with us. But nevertheless, we want to make sure that our brand is recognized, so all the communities know what we're doing, that this is an option available to all the diverse population in the region that we serve. And we do have, I'll call it the mainstream media. So we work with Sacramento Bee on an as-needed basis, just because cost is a bit higher. But then we also work with neighborhood media such as Art and Arcade magazine and Southport magazine. I know Epic is advertising there, and GIS is doing Art and Arcade. And then we do a lot of social media paid marketing, so which is a very inexpensive way to keep the school in front of families. We're talking about hundreds of dollars. We're not talking about thousands of dollars to run a robust campaign. So that's been working really well. And our community engagement specialist, Maisha Bridge, is very heavily involved with this. And then I'd like to also highlight our ethnic media partners, such as Russian American Media, Afisha, Etna FM, Word to Russia. By the way, just need to clarify, they're located in West Sac, they're not located in Russia. It's just the name. Mr. Lockett was who passed away, was the founder of this organization. They were like working with Russia back in the day. And then of course the Premier Hermano magazine. I apologize for my poor Spanish. So that's a Spanish language publication that we run in a number of our schools to make sure that our Latinx community have access to that information. And then I believe more.
Yeah, thank you, Sergey. I'll speak to some upcoming marketing that we're looking at as we get into hiring season. Starting in April, our goal is to have really the next board meeting, a proposal to the board for a GCC-wide marketing plan that includes having posters like you would see here up around 60 different transit shelters across the region. We would be on some digital billboards that are up on the major freeways, 55, 80, 99. And those will be strategically ran certain times of the day, targeting certain demographics. And here's the cool / scary piece. If you fall in the demographic that we are marketing to, and you drive by one of these billboards and you have your phone on you, it's going to ping your phone. And you're automatically going to start getting those same advertisements on your cell phone if you drive by one of our ads.
Really?
So it is a very direct, targeted plan. It will be looking for one, enrollment for all of our schools, but two, hiring. We're going to be having our own GCC hiring fair coming up in the month of April, and we want people to know about it. So that'll be one of the main ways that we put that word out to the community, to try to pull in more teachers, staff members, administrators as needed to grow our team and grow the capacity we have to serve students. So be on the lookout for that, and we're excited for you guys to be able to see GCC branded all over the community, starting in about a month. Yes.
We're still doing the buses?
We don't have any right now on the buses, but again, this kind of takes its place. All the buses, these are the bus transit shelters.
Right.
So instead of on the bus, we'll be at each bus stop. We may expand to that, but this specific plan just includes the shelter seat spaces.
Still doing Pandora?
You know, we haven't done Pandora in a while. We would track data, students coming into
Right.
school to see, hey, how did you hear about us? And right at first, Pandora was good. What was that, 2014, 2015? There's other mediums that folks use for music now, and we just haven't found that effective. Word of mouth, as always, is still GCC's biggest form of marketing. When you look at places like the Virtual Academy, 0 to 315 in a year and a half. It's because people talk. People talk, and when good things happen, more people come. So that is our number one way we market. We tell each other about the good work we're doing. But two, we do want to be intentional about programs like this, so people know the brand. That's a big piece of it too. You know, a billboard may not always produce a student enrollment today, but it's a brand. The more people see that name, SADA, GCC, GIS, whatever school it is, trust is kind of automatically built when you see it over and over again, and you know, oh, that's a sustained organization. Any questions on marketing end?
Or any community engagement, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, and I want to just add, really a huge affirmation to Sergey. Throughout last school year and this school year, we have been struggling with homeless camping across from Community Outreach Academy and CCCS, really a huge problem along Dudley. And Sergey kind of worked with our County Board of Supervisors, our District Attorney's Office, Sheriff's Department, CHP, Code Enforcement, to over kind of
share credit with the superintendent.
to over the course of the last few months to actually rezone that area so that it's no parking, anytime, no stopping actually, which is more than no parking. And we host monthly all of the McClellan kind of residents with those people at our offices. So really a good outreach to our governmental local officials, and we know that we'll keep giving him things like that to do. So I just want to publicly acknowledge that.
I mean, it took us a while.
Oh, we did.
6
I'm
months.
sure it did.
Well, remember when you sent first email? Yeah, that was like.
I just.
God knows when.
Well, yeah.
All right.
Bad, you've done a great job.
Yes, yes.
Sergey, on the, I know there's a lot of food and that type of stuff for refugees. Is there a need for other kinds of household things that people may have, or?
Yes and no. We're trying to stay away from like having a storage or closet. We'd rather send them. So short answer is yes.
Yeah.
So we usually refer them to another agency. For example, Alec, if it's schools to Alec, they have full clothing closet, for lack of better word. So and then which are like if it's schools to McClellan, it's very easy to access. Most of the food banks they also have clothes. And then the church also, but I'm like, yes.
But we should take it to those depositories.
Yes.
Instead of.
Which don't have capacity to, store it and, really provide direct services with this.
It hasn't been quite a year yet, but what's your assessment of the integration of those 600 students in the GCS and how they have fit into our culture and working? It's got to be a shock for them. You
Yes.
stress the mental health part of it. What's your assessment of how it's working?
It's a process, Jack. It's a very good question. I appreciate you asking this question. I think they're on a very successful track to assimilate and to get what they need. But it's a process. It's gonna take a while.
Okay.
Probably gonna take longer than another year or two. For some people, it could be a faster process, but it really depends on their background. Whether they knew English, where they came from, urban area, or like rural area. the exact circumstances. We have some parents that flee like literally war zone, where like their house was demolished and the people, relatives were killed. So this is a huge trauma. They're probably gonna take them longer. But I'll say but they're on the right track. I think we see that the enrollment is growing. They're not leaving unless they're like moving out to some other areas, so they're staying with us, which means that this is a good sign.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, are there any other questions for Sergey or Maury? And as Maury shared, you'll see some contracts coming over our next few board meetings to kind of begin to put this marketing plan into effect. So next, I'd like to call up Dr. Eric Crawford, who is our Director of Student Services and Special Ed. Dr. Crawford.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Campbell, Mr. Campbell, Cabinet and Board. I wanted to get here, I'm here today to give the SPED update for spring. So this is an overall track of time from my tenure here throughout where we currently are. And as you can see that with our overall organization with increased enrollment, so is our special education showing increased enrollment in numbers. So just from the fall to the spring, we've gone from 540 students up to 629 that currently qualify for special education services. A lot of our students are coming to us from the SAVAs. They're enrolling with us with IEPs that we are taking in and meeting services and providing their services in the SAVAs, and that's our highest point of enrollment. Second is COA with a lot of new initial referrals. So we have a lot of students who are qualifying for the first time in our elementary school. The next piece is our staffing over time. And this one is a little bit more tricky to navigate. In the fall, we have the GCC, and these are our employees. And then the next part is the contract employees, and how many contractors we have in each of the positions. So highlighting on spring. So right now we still have our behavior support specialists, our ed specialists, and you can see we have 21 positions with 3 bracketed. Those are 3 open positions. And we have 2.5 of those being covered by contractors right now. But I am excited to say that we have 2 applicants as of this morning. So we will be looking to interview a couple applicants and hopefully being able to fill a couple of those spots, 2 out of 3 of those spots by early next week. We closed in one of the nurse positions and changed it to a health clerk position so that we could better serve our schools around immunization specifically and data tracking. And that was filled very quickly by one of our own, a COA middle employee who came over and said, this is the work I want to do. So Messina Hud has joined our student services team and working with our health clerks and our nurses in providing services for all students. We still have our 1 LVN and 3 nurses. So the change on that is the nurses, you saw 2, and then above that was 2. We had one of our own nurses that completed her schooling with us. And so she was able to move from an LVN to a certificated school nurse. So we have a very high ratio of actual certificated school nurses within our organization as compared to other organizations, which I'm very proud to be able to say that we have that. We have RBTs. We have 1 RBT, that registered behavior technician, which is currently with us, and we are contracting out with 1. We have 2 positions that are open for that are not quite filled yet. Our school psych interns. This is neat in the sense that in the fall we had 2 school psych interns, and now we only have 1. That is because 1 has completed her program. And if you look at the next line, our psychs went from 4 to 5. Our intern was of high quality where we were able to hire her into this psych position. So we were able to recruit and train when she became a full-time psych, and we hired her onto our own team as our own GCC employee. The 1 psych intern that we still have is completing her work by this June, and she'll have her letter so she can, if she chooses to apply for us, wonderful, but she will be ready to go out and join the world as a full-fledged school psychologist very shortly. On the next line, our speech language pathologist assistant. We did have currently we have 2 contractors and 2 people that are with us in-house. And the difference between the speech pathologist assistant and the speech pathologist, the speech pathologist carries the license and they can do the case management work. The assistant can give direct services and help prep the speech pathologist with materials and with overall services to build the capacity of our speech team so that they can meet the needs of our students. So currently we have 2 school speech pathologists that are under contract and 2 that are with us full time. We have one of the biggest upticks that we've seen with the increased enrollment and new referrals is a lot of speech assessments. So we have a lot of kids, and we do believe that there is some piece from coming out of COVID for the past 2 years where the lack of socialization has impacted some of the developmental pieces of speech. So we are seeing a lot of kids that are coming out of that, just need a little bit of tune-up around there with some tier 2 interventions that we're doing in the classrooms around speech. Now this final one, so in total, we have 17 of our own people that are on contract. That 17 does not reflect the ed specialists in that number. And we have 8 contracts. So we are reducing the numbers of contract people that we are working with so that we are having more of our own GCC staff members that are on there, because contractors, we have good solid contractors, but they're not our people. And we want to build our GCC family and with our own people so that we have more flexibility with deployment. The next slide, and this is an overall breakdown, and Ms. Campbell, I know you asked me this question, so I wanted to make sure I had this for you about
So I wouldn't ask you again.
where are our kids and what is their primary disability? And so as it trends, our specific learning disability is our highest designation of primary identification rate. Secondary to that is our OHI or other health impairment. So anything primarily like ADHD or something like that that might impact a student's ability to learn, but it's something that doesn't fall into some other specific classification. We have 92 speech language impairment students, so that's speech only. So speech is often a secondary identifier as well, but we have 92 primary speech only students, which is a large population of students. And then the last number that I want to highlight on the bottom is that 42 at the very bottom of the corner, and that's pending. So we have 42 open assessments right now for students who we are in the process of assessing for special education services. Now, not all 42 will qualify, but probably a large majority, given the robustness of our SSD process and the way we have kids channeled in for assessment. The majority of those students will qualify, so we are going to see an uptick of those numbers as well. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, again, appreciate the presentation and are really very positive about filling some of these staff positions. I know we were struggling with it last fall when we met. I have a question. It's a rather dramatic increase of almost 90 students from the fall to the spring. And my question is, what do you contribute that to? Is it just better? What's the factor for that?
I think we're looking at our enrollment numbers and increases in enrollment, especially around our independent study programs. We do see an increase around there, especially in fall to spring, because our numbers in general increase around that time with our high school programs. And so we're taking in a lot of IEPs, students that already have IEPs. And so I attribute a lot of it to that. And I also attribute it to the early identification of the younger students, primarily around speech and some specific learning disabilities, some of our younger students.
You know, I know special education usually runs around 10% of the student population in the district. So, you know, we're a little bit over that, but it just kind of jumped out at me. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And the IES schools are a little bit more disproportionate, but if you think about the population that we serve and how the traditional setting, right, isn't successful a lot of times for students who are on IEPs, right, with the hands-on project-based learning and engagement. So I think that's why we see more students coming to us in an IS school, right? They want to finish their education, but in an environment that's more conducive to their learning style.
And you
I-
probably,
Yeah, I have no proof of this, but I assume because of the positive program we have, we may get transfer students in just for the services of our program. And frankly, there's nothing wrong with that. So there you have it.
We serve about 25% sped students at our IS populations in schools.
Which is significant, right?
which is significant, that, probably we've got more teachers, more staff people referring students out now than we have people to serve those positions, so keep that in mind, for sure. So what?
We've maybe caught some districts doing that, writing us into their,
Writing us, yeah.
writing us into their plans.
But for 25%, we really need to look at also our ethnicity population. So we don't want to overpopulate.
We're not over, I feel very confident that we are not over identifying
Okay.
students. Especially in specific demographics. I hold a pretty high standard in terms of what I want to see for a student to qualify. And it's not just a whim, it's got to be based on data and testing and valid assessments over time. But as Mr. Elliott said, we are disproportionate in our IS programs, but we're a little bit underrepresented in some of our other programs. And what I find is encouraging with this increased number, because that's showing that more families are willing from our seat-based programs to say, you know what, I acknowledge that my student needs some extra support. And they're trusting us to work with their student and work with the family and provide that extra support. So I do see that as a positive overall. Any other questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Crawford, and
Thank you.
you know, I want to just take this time in front of the board to affirm Eric for really the work that he has done with our special ed team. As you know, when Eric first came on, we were still in the midst of a transition from being with Twin Rivers to kind of building our own department. And so that work was started with Dr. McCormick and carried on by Dr. Crawford. So definitely want to affirm him for that continual work to really take us to our next level of excellence. So thank you, Eric.
Thanks, sir.
All right, next we have our Director of Academics, Ms. Joy Chapoy.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
It's raining outside, but it's bright in here. And I smiled as I walked through this building because it was amazing
Oh, it is.
and gorgeous. And I just want to affirm the SAVA staff and the GCC for your work and support of this project. It's exciting for me to see the access and the opportunity our students have to this awesome facility for middle school. And it's exciting that you're increasing your enrollment with that as well, right? So I'm sharing with you today about something that is my passion project. It's also another awesome thing within GCC. Our students have access to an awesome program, which is IB. And as I look around at the work you've already done today, I see how IB supports your goals as a board. Being open-minded, being a communicator, right? Being student-centered and supporting student and staff social and emotional well-being. IB supports what we do as a district, as an organization. I corrected myself, aren't you proud of me? But IB is just a small part of what I do. In addition to IB, I do CSI, comprehensive school improvement, targeted school improvement, testing, TK, expanded learning, ACEs, lots of other things that I do to support schools, but this is especially my heart. So I'm excited to share with you about IB today. First, I need to give you some context about the process of IB. There are 3 key steps in becoming an IB school. The very first step is to become a candidate school. That's where HLA is. Higher Learning Academy is a candidate school for IB. During that candidacy phase, you do a lot of work, a lot of creating, a lot of collaborating, a lot of compliance, expanding your program offerings for students, and then you apply for authorization. That's the second key step. GIS and EPIC are authorized schools. And then the third, at authorization, there are only certain things that have to be in place. A limited number of actions that must be in place to be authorized. And then in 5 years, the last key step is you're evaluated. At evaluation, now you have to provide all the rigorous things that were not required at authorization. So EPIC is authorized, GIS is evaluated. And Miss Lily and Jason participated with us yesterday, and GIS is NYP evaluation visit. So it's a 3-day process. We like it when it's in person, but it's not in person right now.
Yeah.
It is remote. And they're being visited by someone in Lebanon.
Yeah,
Mm,
And I think the other person was from Indiana.
yes, Indiana.
but originally Australia.
Yeah, but he's
Yeah.
originally from Australia and has an accent, but it was so interesting. The girl from Lebanon, her electricity went out while we were,
Well, we go, yes,
right? So.
and it was 12 AM there.
Yes.
When she was working with us, talking with us,
Yeah.
AM where she was.
Exactly. So just knowing that that is the key part for Gateway International that they're experiencing right now, and they especially appreciate the board's support for that. Their PYP or elementary program, the primary years program, is refining their program. They were evaluated 2 years ago, and they're really working to make things teacher friendly. So they transitioned from one digital platform to a new digital platform that's more collaborative and supports teachers. It's called Toddle. And HLA has followed along, and they are now using Toddle as well. But they're really focusing on increasing student agency. The kids should be a part of creating the units. You should be adjusting and pivoting based upon student input from your needs. They should have ownership of their learning and play a role in it. So that's GIS. And then HLA, I'm so proud of HLA this year. They're getting ready to submit for authorization April 1st. They've really come a long way this year. We've done a lot of vertical and horizontal articulation for their teachers to finish writing their units of inquiry for the primary years program. And I want to just, of course, send kudos to Gurpreet Kaur and to Principal Kunin for their work for that. And then for MYP, they are building their capacity at their site coordinators. And they've chosen Brandon Bagazi as the new MYP coordinator. And we're clarifying what are next steps for the MYP at HLA. So we're really trying to focus on reasonable action steps for each school. We don't want to overwhelm our staff because IB can be scary, as you know. It's a lot at one time. So we have to reasonably manage the tasks that we give our sites. That's key for these two schools. This is GIS students with some of their projects in middle school and some HLA students with their learner profile certificates. And then I'm going to start with EPIC. EPIC has also come a very far and made good progress this year with Ms. Nina Samaru being their PYP coordinator. And they are working to submit for their very first evaluation for PYP for next year. They have to complete, it's very rigorous, a self-study, rewrite their policies and align all of their units. And they will submit and have a visit next school year. And in MYP, they have a new coordinator, Micah Hancock, and a new lead teacher, Adam Ponegard. And they're working to map their learning skills to their MYP units. And I'm really excited about high school. So, you know, we've talked about a possible IB high school within GCC. We've considered multiple ways of creating this high school. Are we going to write a new charter? Are we going to write it within a current existing high school? So under Mr. Sample's direction, we're looking now at considering how can we, is it feasible to create this IB high school program within Futures High School?
Okay.
Right? Is that more feasible and timely than creating a whole new charter? And is it good for our students? Right? Because we already have a lot of parents who come to us every year and say they want, GIS parents, they want a high school. EPIC parents want a high school. HLA IB students would like an option to move to an IB high school. That's within GCC, not another district, right? This would be a goal and the board has expressed it as a goal. And so I'm very excited to have gone to visit 2 high schools just within the last month. In Winthrop, I actually evaluated a school, and because it's on the same campus as their high school, got to visit our high school and got to visit with a school in Seattle. And I invited staff from Futures High School to join me in Seattle. So Kiara Brannigan, the curriculum coach from Futures High School, joined me. And so we're currently considering our options for IB high school programs. And there's actually quite a few options. So our next steps are to talk as a GCC cabinet. What are our priorities? Which program do we think best fits Futures High School? And then, of course, going back to the staff to have them look at the different options and give us input. And then moving forward to get buy-in and bring this to the community. We're still staying very open-minded about what that might look like and what that timeline could be. But in conclusion, my goal as Director of Academics is really to support the sites in embracing IB and lean into the IB framework because it supports so much of what we do at GCC. For example, when you add differentiation to your IB units, you're essentially putting your multi-tiered system of support within your IB framework. So IB can support many of the initiatives that we're already doing and to build the capacity of our sites to lead their own IB programs. So we've done a lot of training our staff. They have initial training. We have, a long-term plan of how we're building their capacity year after year after year for the purposes of bettering their programs. So thank you so much for your support for IB, for our schools. And I just want to say kudos to our principals, Dr. Kosh. I did mention HLA, but I want to mention Dr. Kosh and Ms. Deep Dillon for their work as well and for your support. Thank you. Any questions about IB?
It was a pleasure. Both of us have been there yesterday. Thank you.
And I definitely also want to just affirm Joy and her work with IB, even as we explore. If you remember, the IB high school concept has been a dream and aspiration, I want to say, since year 1 of the blueprint. And so to have this opportunity to once again see what the feasibility is. I'm really happy, excited, and looking forward. So just want to affirm Joy for that work and the work that she's doing with these schools. So thank you, Joy.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so moving to our next kind of staff report will be our facilities update, and we have it says Jason Sample, but it's really Jerry Little, but I'll share too. So one of the things that's obviously through transition, facilities has traditionally fell under me. That's why it says my name, but we are transitioning that over to Maury. So this report will be done by Maury Elliott and Jerry Little.
All right, and I'm just here for page 1, and then I'll come back on for something at the end. But I want to start with talking in the big scope of GCC facilities. One of the items that our cabinet team, along with Jerry, have just started meeting and really deep discussions about is developing a real facilities master plan for the GCC. Right now, we serve almost 6,000 students. I believe we have 21 or 22 different sites across the GCC. Well, let's go 22. Let's go 22. And we want to make sure that we are strategically moving forward with the capital investments we make, with providing spaces where students feel safe, spaces where students feel comfortable, spaces where students will effectively be able to learn. And grab this sheet right over top of the other. One of the pieces that Valerie actually shared with me, this was from a CASBO training a couple of weeks ago. I've always known, it's deep down, facilities make an impact on student learning, but I've never seen hard data to back that up. And something that was put together by the Department of Education came out in this presentation, and it says students in buildings with good environmental conditions earn test scores 5 to 17% higher than if they're in poor condition facilities. Schools with better building conditions have up to 14% lower suspension rates, and student achievement test scores tend to decrease as buildings age. So when you understand the data behind facilities, it makes me excited that we have a facilities team that wants to make our facilities great for students, that we have strong school enrollment, and right now, good budgets to where we can really look at what expansion over time looks like and do it in a strategic way to provide good spaces for students to get the outcomes that they deserve. So with that, I'm going to pass over to Jerry to talk about our different sites and what is upcoming in the near future.
Good afternoon, board. Yeah, we briefly hit the master plan idea, and a lot of that is, some of you may know what a master plan is for the sites for the district. It's basically going over our sites, finding out conditional assessments, doing that on the sites, and also utilization are the main two factors of it. Just to kind of see the the condition of the sites, the age of them, like Maury was saying, and also how they're being utilized. If there's other space that we can use within the sites as well. So we will be going out on an RFP for that, RFI, so that will be going out, and you guys will probably be seeing that later on as part of an agenda somewhere that you'll see. So we'll go through our schools, community collaborative charter school. The high school this year is looking at getting a little bit more flooring done in a couple of, I don't know if you remember the campus, the old bowling alley there, but on the north side of it, it's got those two larger labs. Those still have the original carpet in them, so we're gonna take that out, put some new flooring in there. There's a large storage room that's in the back of that space. We're gonna divide that. They don't need as much storage now, so we're gonna divide that down and make a classroom out of there and a smaller storage area. And they're also expanding into that building as well, into the backside for some CTE rooms, and COA is able to take over the Cal Fifth building, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Over at the TK8 site, the old future site that's over on Stephen Drive, we're working with Twin Rivers on that as far as the F-wing there. They're looking at getting quotes to put a new roof on that. So that will be helping out a lot with some leaks we had recently. Also looking at AC units, replacing those as well down the line. You'll see that that they've done some of that work on COA side already. And then the virtual academy, that's going to be expanding into our central office when we do that expansion on the end, which we're currently in construction on, and you'll see a floor plan of that coming up as well. Community Outreach Academy, the elementary school, we are looking at getting rid of all the bark and the rubberized bark that's in the playgrounds to forward in place units that will have a longer life on them. Adding security cameras to the site, and also, like I said, we're expanding into the Cal Fit building, which is down the road, and we'll look at that in a little bit as well. The middle school, we're looking at working with Twin Rivers on that for doing some landscape enhancements in the courtyard areas. Getting rid of a lot of those little mulberry trees that have those roots that are sticking up. Gate protection on the campus. Remember a few years ago, Twin Rivers did put a fence around there. A lot of people were able to reach around because it didn't get the bars and protection around the crash bars. So we're going to be getting that done too, to help secure the campus a little bit more. They replaced 3 HVAC units on the H wing already. They did that a couple of weeks ago. And then also did some resurfacing on the gymnasium floor, painted the gym, and they're also looking at updating the lockers in the girls' locker room and the boys' locker room. Along with that project, we'll also be painting and doing some wall repairs and stuff in there from the leaks as well.
Here,
What?
before you go on, COA Middle School, possibility courtyard landscape upgrade. I was over there last week before last, and then it rained. And it was a mud yard, and
Yeah.
something has got to be done with it, and I know it's not us. It's.
Yeah, we met with the new director over there that's been with Twin Rivers now for about 7 or 8 months. I met with him on site just a couple of weeks ago reviewing that, and he's got some ideas, and he's gonna put me in touch with their landscape architect that they've used. And then they give us some ideas about what to do in that area.
Okay, something has to be done soon.
And they're talking, we don't want to do all concrete, make it look like, a big yard out there.
Yeah.
So they're talking about doing some decomposed granite along with some other features in there as well. To help with that issue.
And then Jerry, I'll take this opportunity just to kind of update the board. As far as the COA middle school, as you know, the district has it on their surplus list. We currently have an active application with the State Allocation Board and OPSC, get all those initials correctly. As we are still waiting for the state funding, the district still maintains or holds the title of the position. Once we receive the state funding, that then will kind of trigger us to move into the purchase of it and the remodernization, because the state funds need to be awarded to the
Yeah.
district, not us. So the district needs to own it, receive the funds, but then in our MOU with the district, we'll be able to utilize those funds for modernization. And I think even in parts, our initial feasibility is that some of it will be actually demolished, taken down. But definitely is on our ongoing list, and we'll keep the board updated as we keep going through the process.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we talked a little bit about the CalFit building. This is the floor plan of what we're looking at currently. It does have, as you notice in the lower right-hand corner, it has a gymnasium in there already. That's full court basketball court. That is going to remain the same. We're not really doing a lot of work in there other than doing some painting. We're going to keep that the way it is. And then you'll see all the other classrooms that we're putting in as far, and this whole bank of restrooms that's in the middle of this campus there on the top. That will be going in as well.
Jerry, where is this building located?
That is right by Freedom Park. It's on Dudley Boulevard. The parking lot that's adjacent to Freedom Park.
Yeah, okay,
CalFit's just right, kind of right behind the baseball fields.
okay, okay.
So if you know where, if you remember where COA currently is, it's
Yeah.
Varley, got that apartment complex.
Yeah,
Kind of behind, it's across the street from that.
okay, thank you.
You know, I had a chance to visit the facility. It's huge in size. And I'm glad you're keeping the basketball court, but also they have a huge footprint outside the building. And I'm not sure for future use, but I don't, how much land is, do you know how much acreage is there?
I don't know the acreage. It goes, if you're familiar with the site, the tennis courts that are to the south of the building, those
Right.
are included. And to the north, it goes about halfway through that parking lot. Which that doesn't really do as much on the parking lot side of it because that's, and on the back, we're actually pushing the back of the property line right now. That's one of the things.
Then it's a major piece of property then,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah, it's.
We'll be working on those tennis courts, resurfacing and making that outdoor space ELOP dollars.
I was exactly what, yeah,
Make that nice.
I was thinking of
It'll
the
be-
basketball court.
Yep, it'll be a great outdoor area for students as well.
Yeah. I'm not doing pickleball, all that other stuff out there, so. Yep. So it's gonna be a really nice facility when it's all done.
And I was gonna say, the other thing that we're really happy about is, in the initial plan, I believe we had 8 classrooms. We were able to redesign with the work that we're doing to move over the classes over at the bowling alley to create more space for CTE there. We were able to reconfigure this to get 3 more additional classes. So we have 11 classrooms in this space, and I think they're all well positioned.
Good use of the space.
Yeah.
Good.
For sure. Okay, we'll move on to Epic. Look at Epic's campus over there. They too have had the original carpet from when we originally moved into there in the hallways, so we're actually gonna be taking that out. And going back with carpet again in it, we're gonna look at maybe doing an upgraded carpet that might last a little bit longer. But we can't really do any luxury tile floor like we have out here or some of the other sites because we do have tenants downstairs that we might pull up and take the carpet over, taking away some of the sound deadening. So can't do that upstairs. So we are looking at replacing carpet. They have an art room in the back that we're looking at adding a sink into. It kind of backs up to the lab. If you're familiar with the site, it's gonna be, won't be a huge project there. And then looking at the possibilities of putting an outdoor restroom out there by the playground. It's been something that Epic's been wanting to do for a while. Cost of it and everything, we're looking at, pretty significant because having to get everything ties in over the building. So we're gonna have to go across the whole parking lot to get any utility out to that area, but something we're looking at now is a possibility. GIS, we've been working with San Juan for quite a while on that site, and they did that nice modernization. we're actually in discussions with them now about maybe doing some other future expanding into the grass area over there, taking out the ball diamonds, as it says, doing a turf field, and also maybe possibly getting some more portables out there too. So to expand, we could put TK back over on the main campus. So we're looking at working with them and looking at the possibilities of what we can do on that as well. That's our pretty early talks.
I just want to tell the board members, if they haven't been over there, I was so impressed when I walked over and saw what has taken place from San Juan with remodelization. It is just great. And if we can get some in that field and all of that, which you're working on, it's gonna be even greater.
Yeah.
Yeah, really
And they have the
nice.
same problems in that field during the winter time.
I
If
know.
you saw their COA. It's, they don't
COA.
have a gym, right? To go
Yeah.
inside for PE, they need a good field space
Yeah.
where even if it's a
Sure.
little wet,
Sure.
it's
I
compliant.
agree.
Yeah.
In Rancho Del Paso, futures, we're also looking at doing a turf field out there, kind of on the backside by the detention pond. I'd like to get a soccer field out there if we can to help expand their sports. And also looking at additional security cameras on that campus as well. We've done a couple of upgrades through the years on the cameras there. We're looking at maybe getting a couple, well, quite a few more actually, but we're missing the whole back of the campus pretty much. So we got to get some more on there and also some more out in the parking lot and in the front areas. So that's what that would be coming for. HLA on the same campus, we're looking at long-term maintenance plans for the portables. As you know, we just did that modular project, and then the company went out of business, kind of left us, with all the maintenance on them, so, and the warranty, so we're kind of looking at long-term plans for that. Also, they're looking at getting a storage building. We're looking at putting that on the, out there by the retention pond as well, off the blacktop area, and a place that's kind of dirt right now. And then HVAC platforms, those are for the second floor modular units. Right, currently, they use a ladder to get up there, and then they're kind of just in this little tiny room. They don't have a really platform area to work safely on the equipment, so that's going to give them a little bit more space to work on that. So we have the technicians out there. And then the turf field that we're doing for futures will also be shared by HLA as well.
I was not aware that the company that did the modulars went out of business. How much of the work have they done? And
It's a completed project. They did everything they did, and
they underbid it, they went out of business because they well,
I think the product itself, I think what the problem was is this was one of their first projects to do, and they overpromised. They had everybody out there and said that they would get done, and they wanted it to look so good that they spent all this extra time to make it like that,
okay.
and went 5 months beyond the time of what they're supposed to. So, and I think a lot of that, I can't talk on their behalf, but probably didn't really sit well with the investors.
Okay,
I can't speak on their behalf, but I know that they went a lot longer than what they promised it would take.
but the buildings are all
The
right.
buildings are all good.
Okay,
Yeah, buildings are all good. A couple of things, that come up, with them as far as the HVAC, how that is designed and things like that, but everything else is fine.
okay.
I'm gonna talk about Saba, but I'm gonna get that one to Maury, but I'm gonna skip ahead here to the central office expansion here. This is a little floor plan of what our office the expansion looks like on the other half of our building on the south side. You'll see that there's gonna be another training room. It's gonna have a larger warehouse, in-house storage area that we'll be able to have. A lot of that might be taken up by VA and the community engagement team, who also will be on this half of the building. There'll be virtual academy would be in this section on this plan. It's up in the right-hand corner. That will be, those rooms there would be virtual academy, community development engagement will be in the middle, and then we've got our break room, some offices on the side. And that will be what we expand into. I'll give it back to Maury for the Saba updates.
All right, thank you, Jerry. Any questions on the items Jerry covered? A lot going on. It's a busy gig. All right, a number of different things happening across our solid campuses. Obviously, at Power In, we finished this building here. We are fully functional, and now we are growing. So no current projects right now at this campus. It might be the first time in the last 3 or 4 years that we've said that. Looking at our other sites, though, we have a number of important items to update you on. STEM Center has been a big challenge since we came back from COVID. There is a homeless population, a homeless encampment right next door to the STEM Center. And we've really struggled with the way that the community center, it allows access to the homeless population into our classroom space, specifically in Suite 900. It's been hard, it's been challenging. We have had teachers and staff assaulted by homeless. We have made numerous calls to law enforcement. Sergey has been a huge support in reaching out to his contact at the city of Sacramento. And we've made some good strides. Yesterday, we had a meeting with Councilman Eric Guerra, 2 city assistant managers for the city of Sacramento, and the director of community engagement from Mayor Steinberg's office. So we had the right people in the room. One of the potential solutions we're looking at is getting the city of Sacramento to give us more classroom space inside the main hall in STEM Center, so that there is then an entrance into STEM Center and a separate door into each of our classrooms. To trade, we would then give up Suite 900, which is where we have most of the challenge with homeless people walking in our doors. We don't lock our doors. We're a public school. We want people to feel welcome. And so it's just a real challenge when you have that separate entrance. So that's one solution we're looking at. It's great to have supporters like Councilman Eric Guerra in our corner on that meeting saying, hey, City of Sacramento, we got to do this. We want Saba here. So let's find a way to make it happen. So it's great to be supported by our local leaders. Elk Grove, as Omira talked about, we are up to 430 students. Up until 2021, we never went over 350. Our current facility is not built to hold 420 students, and we'll be coming to you shortly, probably in the month of April, with some information on a potential additional suite to pick up, where we might be able to house our middle school program as it continues to grow. So that'll be something new coming your way. And same challenge in Natomas. We have been really capped right about that 196 to 200 student enrollment range. Because of facility space, we're in 10,000 square feet. We are pretty much maxed out, and we're looking at other locations connected to the same building so that we're not moving, but just finding additional learning space that we can provide to students. So be on the lookout for more information in the months to come on that as well. And with that, that concludes our facilities updates. Any questions before we move on?
You had any trees fall?
Yes.
Did we have any trees fall? Lots.
Yes, we have.
Yep, all over. Yes.
You know, with the downturn in commercial property use and business property, are more facilities available now for leasing and purchase?
We're not finding that in the areas that we need to stay in.
Oh.
You know, like the areas that we're expanding into are pretty saturated already, so there's not a lot of space available.
We're trying hard not to pick up and move a campus.
Sure.
And so you're really limited. This building has to become available for it to work.
So we don't want to do material revision, right? And then also like with the Natomas campus, the boundary where it starts in Natomas Unified,
right.
so it has to be in Twin Rivers.
Right there.
We're right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Thomas probably noticed, I don't know.
And again, these are all things that we've done strategically.
Yep.
Sure.
To position us, but yeah, it does make it a little different.
Mark?
So if we were to convince the city to let us use the other part of them, how is the security going to be enhanced, I guess?
Well, the security would be enhanced specifically by having a separate room with a separate door, a separate entrance.
Okay,
That is much harder to get through. We would have staff right by the door,
I see.
seated desks by the doors.
okay.
So if somebody opens that door, it's like the staff's right there to respectfully say, this is not your room. Also looking at options like campus monitors and other security measures. Yesterday in the meeting with the city, they even mentioned, hey, maybe we can work into our next agreement for next year that we split that cost of additional security at the Sim Center. So they seem very open. They want us to stay.
So there's a sense of urgency on the city's part to.
There
to
is,
help us.
yes, there is. And then the city's struggling too.
I'm
The
sure they
city,
are.
you know, they're not going to not allow the homeless to use the community center, but they want it to be a safe place
Sure.
for the community. And sometimes that is not the case. Yep. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
so thank you, Jerry. Again, I want to just share, Jerry is for an organization our size to have one guy that does facilities and he has a maintenance and a part-time of the IT. Jerry really does a lot of work and works well with our outside contractors and architects. So just want to affirm Jerry for that work and say thank you.
Thanks, Jerry.
All right, so we are moving along. We are just about, we can do one more thing and then take a break, or we can keep barreling. All right, let's barrel. All right, so want to talk a little bit about our vendor contracts. Just a little context to what this item is. A couple of board retreats ago, the board, you asked us to at least keep you updated on what's happening with our various vendors, with the individuals that we're using, our various contracts. And so Dr. Gold, Mr. Elliott, and myself will walk you through briefly some of those where we are as we reported in the fall. So we'll kind of do our next report. So I think it's Heather's slide first.
Yes. So we broke these up into 3 different categories. So professional learning vendors that we use, vendors that we use to really support our students, and then third, the ones that we use to help support our staff and their leadership and building their capacity. So the first one here are some of the vendors that you are going to be seeing contracts come in, right, for our sites that they use. And just want to provide some context about some of them. So now that we're back to in-person learning, we have a lot of new staff. Be Glad is a phenomenal professional development for our teachers on helping them build English language development strategies that are very research-based. These are high-impact instructional strategies that that all of our sites use to help meet the needs of our English language learners. Of course, Capturing Kids' Heart is at the foundation and the core of who we are as a GCC, and all of our sites use that partnership, and we will continue to use that partnership moving forward. In fact, I know Mr. Elliott has already worked on securing professional learning dates for next year for us. SCOE, we have developed a great partnership with SCOE, and phenomenal at the County Office of Ed. They all, not only do they have very highly trained, skilled professionals, they're actually a really affordable rate as well compared to some of our other partnerships. And so you will continue to see COA elementary school, middle school, EPIC, HLA, and GIS. We're adding in GIS this year, continue their work with that building thinking classrooms, which we've talked to you about in math, which we know has really helped EPIC get out of CSI, one of the reasons. So we're going to be continuing that partnership, as well as futures. As I had noted, one of the highlights for curriculum and achievement for them was working with them on their ELA and their ELD development. And again, what's great about SCOE partners is that they're specialists. That's all they do. I mean, they geek out on math all day long, right? That's their one thing. It's all their professional development. So we get to reap the benefits from that. Solutions Tree is going to help continue with our MTSS work. As you know, that is a continued priority of ours moving forward. And so we have CCCS and HLA that started their work with Solutions Tree this year. And then SAVA is actually going to be working with one of their partners because we got such great feedback from CCCS on their work with a coach there called, his name is Kwame. And so since how SAVA went into CSI, they're going to work with him strategically on a plan.
What's MTSS?
A multi-tier systems of support.
Okay.
So that is really just developing for our organizations, a lot of systems and processes, both social emotionally and instructionally, like tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 support. So wraparound services for our schools. PCOE, I'm very excited. So the other part of that MTSS, like I said, is social emotional. So very high impact research-based strategy is using PBIS, which is positive behavior interventions of support for students. And that CCTS started their work with them this year, and the feedback was phenomenal. And so they've been dropping seeds to our other school sites. And so HLA and Futures are interested in using them next year. And then YCBC is mindfulness, and HLA and Futures, that is the yoga and the mindfulness that they use. I did look it up. That's like Youth Christian Mindful. I can't remember the acronym honestly. I have it written down though, this Lily. So that's the yoga and mindfulness. Some of the student vendor partnerships that you'll see, again, most of these are our ELOP vendors that we use for before and after school. So the EDMO, which is actually named after, it's part of his first name and part of her last name is what I took how they came up with the name of their program. in that they're out of East Bay. They came highly recommended from the state for the ELOP program. And so HLA will be partnering with them to help provide their summer programming this year. They did survey their staff to see how many were interested in providing that after school 5 days a week for 9 hours. There wasn't a high interest, our teachers are tired. The ones that do have interest will be hired actually through the company. So they have agreed to hire our staff who are interested in working. Alivo is also expanded learning. You can see for CCS, GIS, and HLA. They do a lot of sports support. Quinta, which is used by our COA elementary school and middle school, they do a lot of the gymnastics, the music enrichment for our students after school. Word to Russia, you'll see the skills primarily as a music program. They're doing all the amazing orchestra, violin, guitar. YMCA is the partner that Epic has made for, again, supporting their after school during summer program. So we'll be offering transportation from Epic to YMCA, but YMCA will be providing their 9-hour program. They did that last year as well, and it was very, very successful. And then finally, Futures will be using academics for athletes, which is mentoring, family engagement, and college readiness to really help support our athletes in our high school programs. So those are some of the student vendors that you will see coming up here in the next couple of months.
And so some of our administrative vendor partnerships is our work with future management systems around the leadership coaching for each of our school sites. This year, as in previous years, we have continued that work with primarily Lau Kurtman, and even some years back for Futures, John Pierce. So we'll continue to work with them around that work for our administrators. In our conversations with them, our administrators are very interested and desire to continue having that, especially as we begin to bring up a new group of administrators in our campus principals. Next is Hanover. You may remember Hanover, we've worked with them for multiple years. Each year we have continued to downscale their contract from our original, which I believe was somewhere in the ballpark of 80 some odd thousand to even this year, just limiting them to our LCAP culture and climate survey. That's the data that I believe Maurice shared with you earlier. We really felt that that's in their wheelhouse, is to gather the survey information and data, and then staff, we present that data. If you remember, our early iterations was they did a lot of the presenting, they did a lot of the working with our staff, and we just found that it was better, cheaper for us to provide that option. Trying to say under my breath, that option to our staff. We continue our work with LTL 360, which is our coherence work at all of our sites. Again, this year we brought that down, and we continue to slow staff, or as I call the warm handoff, to ensure that the investment that we've already made in these programs is sustainable as we kind of empower our own internal staff to do that. And so you'll see this year, both Dr. Gold, Mr. Elliott, Mr. Coy have been actively involved in this work, so that as we continue, we begin to see decrease in that. And then finally, I can't promise a decrease here. Wish I could, but let's be honest, Scoot Education really has been substitute support. We continue to struggle to find subs to fill some of our day-to-day vacancies that we have. In a number of our schools, Scoot has provided long-term subs. So you will see as we move into next school year, another contract for us to keep this. Our principals, our administrators on site find this extremely valuable because it really helps them fill that day-to-day gap of having these subs in the classroom. So part of this is we wanted to give you as a board just a thumbnail to know these are some of the things that we're looking forward to. These are some of the names that you'll hear, and all of that being very cognizant of our budget priorities around this area and developing our own internal leadership and staff to carry that on. Yes, John.
I really appreciate this because for the first time I see them in a category instead of just one big lump together. And I know I probably over the years have been one of the vocal individuals just asking for more information. Could you give some thought? I'm not wanting to increase people's workload, but some thought to a matrix or a criteria or something so that when one of these comes back, you had talked to the stakeholders in this, because what happens in some of these, they just have a life of their own. If you have it 1 year, you get the next year, and they kind of, many times, as you've mentioned, the fatigue factor sets in, or there's an expectation. I don't know how you would do it, but something that just says, talk to the criteria in which we have, it's within the cost range of the budget, and we've talked to it meets the need of the stakeholders.
Yes.
And maybe that would alleviate some of the costs. I mean, some of my discussion about some of these are expensive programs, and so I keep thinking maybe it would be better if we hired in some internal staff to deal with them, but maybe that's not cost effective. And then finally, what's the difference if we use the substitute support service? Can I ask, what's the differential between what we pay the substitutes and what they pay?
Oh, Myra, do you have that number
I
off?
think we talked about that when we were looking at the scoop contract, and they're pretty comparable to.
Oh,
our
really?
subs-
Yes.
Yes. Because we're paying the mandatories on top of their gross. And many times these are certificated staff that, you know, are subbing and are PERS or STIRS members. Well, in this case, STIRS, because it's only
Okay.
a certificate. We're only using them for certificated staff. So.
And the benefit to Scoop, the reason why, someone's like, well, why can't we just hire them, is they are in an intern program, and so they're getting like their schooling
All
compensated.
right, so they work with the educational institutions.
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
so they
very
provide them
positive. That's a
training, they're
very good
taking
model.
classes, and so then by the time they're done, they get their credentials.
And they've screened them probably also, so you got two screening processes. And because we do screen them, even though they're coming from this, we check out their background and so forth.
I don't think we knew that they were interns. I don't think that has been very clear to us, Jack, that they were interns in college.
No, I did not know
Yeah,
that.
that's what I said. I don't think that was clear to us.
Yeah.
So that has made it clear, and now we understand how accessible they are and where they're coming from.
But I mean, these are really to have a body in front of students.
Oh, you
right?
have to?
These are subs that
We're
are
not
either
debating.
calling off because of sickness or illness or leaves, vacancies. So it's really just to have, somebody.
We're not
teaching these
debating the
kids, yeah.
use of them at all.
And I
It's
think-
just a matter of understanding why and how and where they come from.
Yeah.
So I
I'd say
think that's
success
the
rate.
issue.
Success rate is about, I'd say about 95 to 98%. Like of our sites are happy with the Scoop subs that they
Okay.
actually have gotten, so, which is great, right? Because they're aspiring teachers, and so.
And you won't have to pull administrators to go into the classroom.
Yeah.
So
the
we have-
principal
Those
doesn't
are
have to
the
go
things
cut
that
the
you
class.
look at.
We have our local administration kind of overseeing them and,
Absolutely.
okay.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, and Jack, to follow up, staff will make note of that too.
Well, I don't want to increase their workload. I'm getting a feeling today that you're overworking them.
I think that was on one of the pieces of paper that you had around. What was it, Bruce? You guys come up with the ideas to create work. for
Okay.
well,
us.
we expect you to delegate probably. So I had, and I'm sorry I had to step out, but this EDMO summer learning, I was looking at the PO, it seemed very expensive to me. I know this is probably not the time to be talking about POs, but for 6 weeks, $300,000.
The breakdown comes down to about $1,500 per student, which is actually very reasonable, if
Is it?
not less than what a lot of other organizations would charge.
Mhm.
For that many students when you actually break it down. per
How many
student.
students are we expecting?
200.
Oh, really? Okay, so we basically know the student population that's going to take advantage of the program before we're actually doing it.
Correct, yeah. They surveyed their students, their families, and their staff.
Okay.
And similar to last summer and the summer before, we continue to find it hard to have our own staff come back and want to
Well, sure.
work the additional time during the summer,
I understand.
which has necessitated us to be able to go to these contracts, so.
And even strategically with 9-hour days, right? The thing that's difficult with that is they're like, well, we can only work 8 hours without overtime,
Right.
right?
Right.
Which is staggering stuff
Right,
to have double
yeah.
staff,
Sure,
right? And so
yeah.
now that's at most.
There's another.
That's at most of this.
In most situations.
No.
And as a parent, you know,
Yeah.
less than $300 per week to send your kid to a full day
9
camp,
hours.
that's a steal of a deal. Trust me, because I do it for my own kids during
Yeah,
the
I
summer.
have no concept
Yeah.
right now of what. things
You know,
cost.
we'll do, I could go on and on, but it's
Yeah.
it's a good deal
It's a
when you
good
break it
deal.
down by camp, by
And,
student.
and we look at different vendors, solutions, and then it's
Absolutely.
basically a very competitive process.
Yeah,
right?
HLA, we try to partner with YMCA. Unfortunately, they don't have the bandwidth, you know, to be
Okay.
able to support. So we definitely have explored other partnerships
Okay,
for our schools.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So we're gonna now move to our dual enrollment and CCI CTE. All right, hello again. I want to provide the board with a brief overview today of really what does it mean when we say we want our kids to be college and career ready. And on the California dashboard, there are some specific guidelines, indicators, outcomes that determine if our students graduate with that checkbox of being college and career ready. So I want to show you first just a brief summary of really the rubric for kids to earn that prepared mark on the college and career ready indicator. And then I'll show you specifically what we're doing with dual enrollment and a little bit with CTE that was already covered this morning by Summer and Ashley on how our schools are really pushing to increase the percentage of students that are prepared when they graduate. If you look on the CDE website, they have a huge list of items that are checkboxes to earn your prepared mark on the college and career indicators. I've highlighted just 6 of them here that are really primary ways that our students across the GCC earn that prepared mark. First off, on this side here, if you complete a CTE pathway, then you must complete one of these other 2 bullet points, and you will be considered prepared when you graduate from our GCC school. So the other item you have to do is receive a score of 3 or higher in either math or English, and then a score of 2 or higher in the other area on the annual state assessment. So a CTE pathway completer plus a 3 and a 2 on your annual assessment, or CTE pathway completer and 1 college course through dual enrollment. On the other end, if you're just looking at core academics, you can receive a level 3 on both math and English, and you would be considered prepared when you graduate. If you take AP classes and you receive a score of 3 or better on 2 different AP exams, you would be prepared. If you are taking dual enrollment and you do that for 2 separate semesters and earn 6 college units, you'll be considered prepared. Or if you receive the state seal of biliteracy with a level of 3 or higher and score a 3 on the ELA smarter assessments during state testing, you'll be prepared. So 6 indicators, that's what we're shooting for. I want to show data from the last time this indicator was actually available, 2019. This indicator obviously was not available during COVID when we didn't have state testing, and they didn't release it this year either. So this is the last data we have. It's a little old, but it gives us a starting point to work from as we move forward. You can see Futures High School back in 2019 had 35.8% prepared. I wanted to give you a scope of where does that fall in the general realm of other high schools. If you look down here, Twin River School District, their average across other high schools was 29.1% of their graduates. So Futures was a full almost 6% ahead of their authorizing district in that area. When you look at our independent study DOS schools, we're floating between 4.9 and 10.1%. Lots of room to grow. And again, comparatively, we look at SCOE and their alternative ed programs, they averaged 4.9% back in 2019. So we're in that same ballpark, again, with a lot of room to grow. As we move forward into this year, as Heather and I meet in our monthly meetings with different high school principals, this is a big topic of conversation. We've really honed in on dual enrollment. I mean, one, this is just fun. It's awesome for our students to be able to say, I'm a freshman in high school, but I'm also a college student, and walk away with college credits. So just a quick summary of what happened last semester. Over 45 GCC students completed dual enrollments in the fall of 2022. And that equates to over 135 college units earned by GCC students.
Futures led the way. They had over 25 students complete dual enrollment last semester. This current semester across the GCC, we have over 50 students enrolled across all the schools, and Futures is leading the way again. They've done a really good job of making that a priority for their students. And as we enter next semester, our goal, my goal that we're really pushing out there is that we have over 100 students enrolled in dual enrollment programs through this new agreement. And down here, California Career Access Pathways. This is a new program that comes with dollars that we'll be applying for this month. The application is due March 30th. And the hope is each of our 5 high schools receive $100,000 apiece through this grant to support dual enrollment efforts. We can help fund a counselor. We can fund any costs for books, any other incidentals that come along with needs and supplies and requirements for these college courses. We can use that money to fund. So this is going to be 100% free to our students.
Great.
Again, the other big component is CTE, and I won't spend too much time here. Summer and Ashley give you the full overview today. But again, this year alone, we received almost $300,000 in CTE grants across the GCC and over $1 million in FWP grants for our EV pathway and their agriculture pathway. Currently, Futures High School is working on the development of a performing arts pathway for their school. They've got a few music classes currently. We just met last week to say, how do we analyze the California CTE frameworks and standards and turn it into a full 2-year sequence of music classes in this performing arts pathway. CPCS, Jerry mentioned that we are moving their CTE from currently over at the TK8 site into the Camellia building, which we believe will do 2 things. One, it's just going to make CTE more accessible to the high school students on that campus. We know that transportation can often be a barrier, and just having to go 2 miles down the road sometimes prevents a student from staying in that class or wanting to enroll in that class. It's going to be at their home base next year, and we're excited about that. And 2, the more CTE that's offered, the more kids will be able to mark and have ready prepared on that college and career indicator as they graduate. And then the last piece, I know I mentioned this in previous presentations throughout the school year, we are working with COA Middle School in talks with GIS and EPIC and how we can implement middle school career exploration across all of the GCC 6th through 8th grade programs. We've got it here at Power In, kind of using this as the model. We now have a facility space plan at COA. It's still in development with EPIC and GIS, but we're getting there. And the goal is, sometime within the next year, 1 to 2 school years, all of our 6th through 8th graders will get this career exploration before they enter high school. So that's our current plan as far as dual enrollment, college and career readiness, and CTE goes. Any questions before I pass it on? Yes, Jack.
Yeah, if you could set a meeting up again with the Chancellor of the Los Rios, Brian King, it would be, we met with him, I hate to say 10 years ago or something like that. And, but I think I'm sure he may be aware of some of the numbers here, but might be nice to share and just say we appreciate what they've been doing and if there's anything more they can do.
Right. I mean, the dual enrollment is huge, but all these dollars, SWP, that runs directly through his office.
Yeah, and the community
That's a big deal.
the community colleges right now are desperate for student enrollment. The COVID has an epidemic, the decline in student enrollment and a number of other factors. The decline has been significant.
Yeah.
We're talking 20-30% decline in the community colleges.
And that's why this was created last year, because they needed to find some other avenue to help grow that enrollment. So let's form this new partnership. And I'll spend another 30 seconds explaining this, but the way this works, students in these dual enrollment courses, it is our own GCC course. It's all GCC students taking Psychology 300. It's asynchronous, it's online, but it is an instructor that is specifically working with our group of students, which is great. So it's it's just, again, it removes that barrier to access of having to go to the community college.
Sure.
They do these in class while they're sitting here at Saba or at Futures.
Yeah.
It's built into their schedule.
I don't know if you get the chancellor, but it would be nice if you could get someone who runs their concurrent enrollment program to see this facility also. So anyway, thank you.
Absolutely. All right. All right. Thank you, Maury. So I have actually a very brief legislative and legal update to
share with you. Every year, we kind of like to go through kind of what's top of mind for charter schools, education in general. And so I just want to share a couple of things with you today. As usual, I have more words that I'll say than slides that I'll show. Some of the big things that are kind of hitting the world of education legally is decline enrollment. Decline enrollment continues to be a conversation that's happening not only within the traditional public school, but also the charter school sector. Matter of fact, last night I was part of the AASA cohort for USC, and there's Urban Superintendent's Academy. We had a big conversation around the decline in enrollment that's happening across the state of California. While the state is, of course, experiencing decline in enrollment, we are not. So we continue to look at ways that we can support our schools with the growth that's happening. The other thing that's kind of out there is a Senate bill was introduced last week that was sponsored by the California Charter Schools Association, CSDC, the Charter School Development Center, and a senator that is friendly to the charter movement to basically seek an additional 2 years of renewal relief. It is currently unlikely that that will happen. So we have, in part, some years back when the first bill for renewal relief came out, everyone was behind it. I call the alphabet soup. So CTA was okay with it, CSEA was okay with it, SPI was okay with it. That love is not there this round. So we'll see where that goes, but it is a bill that they have introduced and also hoping to get relief, which will probably look like a 1 year in the trailer bill. So we're watching that bill very closely. In terms of some of the other pieces of the political landscape, there is a bit of a movement in the state of California to move the superintendent of public instruction from a elected position to an actual governor appointed position, which will kind of change the dynamic. And some of this goes back to, if you remember, Governor Schwarzenegger, when he was governor, he kind of circumvented the SPI by appointing a secretary of education. California is unique in that the governor does not have control of that key cabinet position. And so the movement would allow the governor to appoint that position. Again, obviously, we're watching that because at that point, as the governors go, so does that position, which will have some impact on us. The other thing is we're just dealing with new legislators. Every year or every 10 years, excuse me, when we have the census and we begin to move to some new bodies coming in, we are currently experiencing a number of new legislators locally. We have a new senator, Senator Richard Pan, termed out of the state Senate. And so he was replaced by a former city of Sacramento council member, Angelique Ashby. Council member, or now Senator Ashby, has been what I would consider a supporter of charter schools, but her work in the Senate will yet remain to be seen, and that she was very supportive of schools in Natomas, unified in Natomas area. We have a number of new assembly members. The biggest shock is Ken Cooley, who was a long-term assembly member in our area for years, lost his re-election bid to Josh Huber, who is new, and in redistricting, the district became a little more what they call split. It became an evenly Republican and Democratic district, and Josh pushed through and was able to win that. And through our connections with AXA, we're beginning to make relationships and reach out to him. Assembly member Jim Cooper is now the new sheriff of Sacramento County. And so that, of course, vacated his seat, which was filled by Stephanie Nguyen, who was an Elk Grove City Council member. Coincidentally, in a previous kind of life, had a chance to work with Stephanie through her work with the one-stop employment centers and her work with SETA some years back. The other thing that's part of the political landscape is, dare I say it, President Newsom. Is he running? Is he not? There is a lot of speculation around what the governor will do and if he will seek higher office as such. That will potentially change the dynamics of California because what's going to happen is there's a lot of things that a governor who is in his last term will do if he's leaving versus someone who's running for president. So we may see things like delaying the filing of tax returns and everything to get a better financial picture. And so we're carefully watching to see what the governor's political journey is. Finally, we continue to work hard to build a relationship with our authorizers. We have a lot of changes in terms of our charter liaisons. Maury and I had the opportunity to meet the new liaison for Sac City Unified School District. We have had some turnover in that office. The new individual is actually a former charter school teacher, or was she teacher and
Administrator.
Yeah, so someone who's very familiar with charter schools. Our long-term connection liaison at El Grove Unified. She also, I think, promoted up, but Maury has already been, and her replacement has visited us last year and very supportive, good relationship. Twin Rivers, they continue to, they were using an outside consultant to do their oversight. They moved that in-house, and the Dr. Gold and Maury conducted, I want to say, a couple of months ago, the annual visits with Twin Rivers, and they went very well. Yolo County, they just hired a new person to fill their charter oversight seat, and we're going to have an opportunity here in the next month or so to meet her and make our acquaintance with her. In the meantime, Dr. Gold will be touring 2 of the new Yolo County board members. A month ago, we toured 1 of the board members who partly has been one of our biggest distractors. And I think she left well impressed with the work that we do. And then we continue to really have an exceptional relationship with San Juan. I think as Maury shared the fact that when we said that we were thinking of something facilities, their assistant super facilities got on a Zoom and said, hey, let's talk about it. So, you know, one of the things I think as we talk politically, it's very strong that we continue to build these strong political relationships, and we will share a little bit more about what that means for us in the future. Politics is everything. So to finally kind of close out, just want to let you know our renewal timelines. Currently, our 5 Twin Rivers schools are deep in writing. And here's our thing, even if we get renewal relief, we're not going to know until June or July. And that's too late to start writing the renewals. So we have already been working on this with each of these schools, and our lawyers and attorneys are ready to do their work so that our staff is able to go on to their summer break without the worries of renewals. Right after that, we'll move right to the Sac City and Elk Grove renewals for SAVA. As you remember, those were created as a result of the Anderson case. And then shortly after that, we'll be renewing San Juan. And then shortly after that, we'll be renewing Yolo County. And believe it or not, shortly after that, we'll have a year to breathe, and then we'll be renewing Twin Rivers. So it's kind of, you know, we've had a 2-year reprieve of our renewal cycle, but we will be joining back. So thank you. And that is kind of our legislative update.
Thanks, Jason. I had a question for you, and I may hesitate asking this. There was a moratorium passed on new charters. When does that moratorium go off?
So the moratorium wasn't for all new charters, it was just for non-classroom.
Right.
And that moratorium ends in 2025.
Okay.
So
That's something for our future discussion. Then.
It is.
Okay.
yes. So I believe at this point, we have your recess. And there's a few things that we want to do in this recess, not just recess you for a few minutes, but we have some desserts. And so we also have something else, don't we? Okay. All right, I'm gonna talk slow while you're grabbing. So the month of January in the state of California has been traditionally observed and kind of held and recognized as Board Member Appreciation Month. And so we want to, as a staff, thank the 5 of you for your work, your time, your energy. I see them listening. But you do, you bring your heart. And as much as the world has opened back up, even in the midst of COVID, you still continue to do your job of governance. I was going through some of our old board minutes and I looked, and it was funny, Bruce, the meeting right before the world shut down, we did a study session and you asked the question, you said, so do you think we're gonna shut down? And at that point, I said, it doesn't look like it, you know, this is what's happening. And then 2 days later, we were calling a special board meeting to say, no, we're shutting down. And I will say at that moment, as a board, you stepped in the gap. You met by phone until we figured out Zoom. And then when we figured out Zoom, you just kept being a part. And so as staff, we want to say thank you and
Luck of the draw.
luck of the draw.
Mhm.
All right. And so we would like to say to this certificate of appreciation is presented to Bruce Langridge in honor of GCC Appreciation Month. The GCC would like to recognize the significant contributions you make to the GCC schools and to the education of our youth. And this is signed by our outgoing superintendent, Dr. Peterson, and your incoming, Mr. Sample.
Look at that.
Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate it.
Oh, the.
Well, we'll take a group photo, so.
It will get you.
Same wording, but we would like to recognize again in this 20th year of Unleashing Greatness, Mr. Harry Block. You gotta read it out. Oh, go ahead, read it.
Ditto,
Really more? Okay.
ditto, ditto.
In honor of.
We love you, we love you, we love you.
There you go.
Go, you're king now.
Thank you, Mr.
You can
Block.
catch it.
It's gonna just wait a minute.
You know, we probably could change the wording on this because I know all of you have been around, but Jack, you have been around since day one. And have been a part of this 20-year journey. And so we definitely not only honor you for this month, but we honor you for the 20-year journey that you've had with us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. And Mark has asked for us to read this. So in honor of
Yeah.
GCC,
Do I get any points with my wife?
Mr. Mark Anderson, we want to thank you for unleashing greatness in our students and.
There we go.
Good job, Doctor. There we go. Oh, I know. There we go. Thank you, Mark. And then last but certainly not least, our board president, who continues to just do a phenomenal job in all that you do and brings her heart and her passion, Miss Lily Campbell.
I mean, we should have gotten you a crown.
And so, just as our appreciation, we have a little sweet for each of you to again say thank you.
Thank you.
Best cakes ever.
I'm just
I'm
gonna-
on my fridge right now.
gonna sweeten you up.
No calories in this, good.
All right,
Good.
so what we would like to do, Madam President, is if we could take just a brief break and then the board will move into closed session.
Okay,
And I believe the closed session item is employee matter evaluation.
yes.
So the board will go into recess, and after recess, the board will return and go.
We'll close session be right here. So we come back in here.
And are we gonna do a group picture?
Should I do a picture?
Yes, we'll do a picture when we go.
Okay, okay.
All right.
So we're on
Very
the
good.
break, take a break. We are back from closed session and they're just information items, so no actions taken. But I do want to bring to your attention that one item on our agenda will be held over for our next board meeting, which was the board's self-evaluation process, and it will be at our next board meeting, the results of our self-evaluation. And so now we will go into consent agenda items. And I will just quickly review them. Adoption of the board minutes of 2/7/23. Adoption of the GCC special board meeting minutes of 3/15/23. Personnel consent agenda. Purchases over 30,000. 24-25 school year calendar. Futures overnight field trip, California Association of Student Leaders Conference. CCCS overnight field trip Camp Ross Relish. CCCS overnight field trip Shakespeare Festival. 2023 school safety plans. Board policy 03-23 staff student boundaries policy. Disposal and surplus of items. MOU with Sacramento County Office of Education, SCOE. And last item, salary schedule 2023-24. These are the consent agenda items. And I will take a motion in a second for them before we go into discussion.
So moved.
So move, Mr. Anderson.
Second.
Second, Mr. Turner. Now, any discussion?
Yeah, could we pull item number 4, purchase over 30,000, voted separate?
Item number 4. Purchases over 30,000. Okay, you want to discuss something under that item? Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
I just want to abstain on that item.
Oh, you want to say, okay. All right, no comments, just abstain. Okay, we're gonna call for the vote. All right, so we will,
Just wants to abstain on the one item though.
yeah, he wants to,
So
he wants to,
Yeah.
so he just doesn't vote on it.
So, ma'am, he's asking to pull that one item, so we'll vote on that separate,
Okay,
and
All right.
then you'll vote as a whole on the rest of the
yes,
agenda.
okay. So I will roll call Mr. Turner,
Yes.
Mr. Mandrick,
Yes.
Mr. Block,
Yes.
Mr. Jeff.
Mr. Anderson?
I haven't changed.
I don't have my list in front of me.
I'll take my mask off.
Thank you. Yes, did you say yes?
Yes.
Lily Campbell, yes. The consent agenda items have been approved, except item 4, which was removed from the consent agenda items, purchases over 30,000. Yes,
So I'll move approval on that.
move approval, thank you.
Second.
Second, okay, discussion. Ready for discussion? Do you have anything?
No. It's just-
All right. Roll call on item 4, purchases over 30,000. Anderson,
Yes.
Turner,
Yes.
Mandrick,
Yes.
Block,
Abstain.
Campbell, yes. Majority vote on purchases over 30,000, item passes. Okay. We are now down to board comments, item 12. Board comments, yes, Mr. Turner.
Take back to all the staff today of those present, just how impressed they were and their hard work, and I know it only took them a couple of hours to put this whole thing together. But no, it was really impressive, and I know they have to go back to their real jobs tomorrow, and it was, and really your staff that talked to us and so forth. When we went around and saw the sites. So very, very impressive.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to
Yes.
second that remark.
And I'll do
We
that.
had a
in
great,
remarks.
great team put together.
Yeah, it was a great.
30, forfeit. Whatever, it was a great meeting.
Great meeting. And I want to give accolades to the staff, the cabinet, for your hard work, and also to Miss Melissa, who provided food for us all day, snacks, just wonderful. setting up the room for us. Everything was so very well done. And I personally want to thank you. I think throughout the day, I mentioned some of the things that we have done and we've talked about it. So I won't prolong that in terms of GIS. Would you please note that thank you card to Futures?
Yeah.
That I will be sending one and thanking them for remembering me. So please do that. And Mr. Sample?
So, Board, Madam President, I just want to first thank the board for your attention today and all of your hard work that you put in. We had a lot of heavy lifting, and so definitely appreciate you. The staff, my team, you guys are just knocked it out the park. So definitely want to affirm our entire cabinet team as well as our directors for their work today. And then I can't do all this without Melissa. So Melissa, thank you so much for your help, support. I will tell you, all of our beautiful slides and everything, that's all product of Melissa DeMarco. So just really want to appreciate her. And then the spirit of capturing kids' hearts, before you adjourn, I want to just launch us with this quote of mine that I love from Simon Sinek that says, the role of a leader is not to come up with all the great ideas. The role of a leader is to create an environment in which great ideas can happen. And so that's what you did today, is you created the environment, staff, we created the environment, and this is the work that we have ahead. So
I may be lost. Who is Simon Sink?
Simon Sinek, he is an author who wrote about the why. Why do we do what we do?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the why guy.
The why often. Okay.
Our next board meeting,
April 18th,
April 18th.
and that's when the school presentations will start.
And
I beg your pardon?
School presentations will start that day.
So we have all of the calendar dates, right? We've gotten those on I haven't looked at my phone.
The you should.
All of them should be for this year? Okay.
So once again, thank all of you. Thank all of you for being here today, the full day. And now I will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So second.
Second. All in favor?
I.
Aye.